All right, what's up? I fucking god damn it! Why does pressing 0 on my numpad always? I didn't even have that highlighted. Fucking YouTube, man. All right, what's up? It's Wine World's time. We're gonna play the game. Narry's gonna hop on stream and have the game in Unity, and he has a lot of shit actually. He's been digging through the trash to find the good bits to show. And we'll look at some of the shit in engine. I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna wipe my unlocks this time so that I can have like the speed unlocks and stuff. I think if I went and did 100% through the game like I did yesterday with Vine Realms, this would be a very long stream. Not necessarily. I mean, there's just more shit. And I probably will forget where stuff is. And there's stuff I want to show after that I never showed before, like in terms of like how we planned stuff and like some of the ideas we had during brainstorming and stuff like that, like I did for the Vine Realms stream a year or two ago, whenever that was. Well, I guess, I mean, I don't have to use the speed unlock. Especially when Narry's showing stuff, but I don't know if I want to unlock everything again. Just use the dev build. Well, I am too lazy to do that. Yeah, fuck it. I'll wipe it. Well, the thing is one of the things is people might lose me because right now I'm a golden doodle dip, so you know that's easy to see. Yeah, I guess I can reset everything. I can also just get shit while Narry's showing things too, I guess. All right. Let's play a game. Oh yeah, I can also just not use it. Is this capturing? There we go. Yeah, no one really run this game. Man, I love the intro and just everything, this title menu and everything in this. I mean, it was everything in Vine Realms for like the title screen and the UI was pretty last minute. And this Narry started way more in advance. And yeah, it's good art. The star shader in the background's cool. Let me turn the. Okay, you can't. God damn it. I guess we'll play on Central 1 where everyone is. Sorry, I should have let the music play longer. There's another golden doodle dip here. An imposter. An impostinator. I actually am missing 2 emotes somehow. I guess because I unlocked everything in a dev build and these 2 were bugged or something. I'm not really sure how that happened. Let's put chat hat on. And I don't know why that's flickering. I guess because I'm playing in a window, maybe. Maybe it's because of my weird VSync. I'll be the one with the big stop sign. Oh, did I crackle? What the fuck? Yeah, everything I think just from the very start of this game is just a very different experience than Vine Realms was. And we default gave you double jump, you move faster, the animations and stuff are better. It's just everything feels a lot nicer. Just a bit. Okay, well, I guess let me know if that happens. How's the game volume? Is it okay? You can turn it down a little bit. And we got cool shaders and shit. We just borrowed these from someone who was polite enough to put them on the internet. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I'll hop in the call with Narry in just a second after we get into the hub. The hub was one of the I don't think it was one of the last things to get designed. Amoral did like most of the like model layout and stuff for it, and then I went through and did some of the decoration and materials and like hanging shit on the walls and stuff like that. I like how it came out. I think it's cool. It's like sci-fi, but also kind of not. We got the cool banners. Like we got the dock wall going here. Yeah, this game was really kind of just an excuse to like do a bunch of Star Trek memes. Because at the time I was streaming a lot of Star Trek. Uh-oh. I think I know who that is. Oh, is it following me? Yeah, I know who this is. All right, we got an SCP here. All right, let's get Narry on here real quick. Narry, I'm gonna call you. How do I do? Hi, Narry.
Definitely wasn't me.
Can you guys? I probably should turn you up a little bit. Hold on. How do I do this? You can start your screen too.
Right.
Everybody say hi to Narry. Hi, Narry. Yeah, we're in the same room.
Oh God, you're making my pings go off like mad. Thank you.
I am? What do you mean?
You told chat to say hi.
Your pings?
In chat. My highlights.
We got a fucking battle going on here. Speaking of battles, we actually did talk about at one point. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to turn the game down. Let's just turn the. Alright, turn it down to 13. Here, let me pop it out. And then let me turn. I think this is your volume too.
There's two separate volumes. There's stream volume and then my actual volume.
How do I do it? How do I Discord everybody? They look the same to me.
If you right click on the stream, you can adjust stream volume, but there's
no
user
volume
right now.
There you go. Here, let's crank you up really loud. Say hello.
Hello.
Very quietly.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we're good. We got you.
My level should be fine. It's probably just Discord.
No, you're good. I turn everyone down by default on Discord because I hate hearing people. Here, let's we can look at this amazing technology. We can instantly pop over to Narry Vision, which is a strange place to be sure.
Oh, that's why.
Can we can we get a zoom out of the hub? Uh-oh. My goodness.
I should have set up another view.
How'd your window move like that?
I didn't lock the source.
It's okay.
I am not a streamer.
That's all right. We're good. Wow, the hub looks really cool, actually. Like in game. Holy shit! Look at that giant toad.
So that's the UI. If you know anything about how you're supposed to do a UI, that shouldn't be there. But just pretend it's not.
So I think in the hub, what was more complicated to do, the doors that open and close, or the mini game lobby?
You should actually. Did you just start getting a bit of audio?
No, I didn't hear any audio. I don't think so. I don't know. I'd be hearing the same shit as you.
True, you have your own game audio coming through. I should not put mine
on. Sorry.
Honestly, the worst thing about these, the absolute worst thing about the hub, and
other than the lights, the light mapping, that staircase,
the fucking staircase. One moment, I have to. This staircase, for the longest amount of time, was the bane of our existence. I put too much stuff. Because it just didn't work properly. You would think making a staircase work properly would be simple. Not. So the hardest thing, the most annoying thing, honestly, probably. Can I get a repeat on the question? The doors, or
I was wondering if the doors, because I remember we had a lot of problems getting these doors to like behave like you would expect them to. They still kind of like to stay open sometimes.
Yeah, the doors jam open because of a buggy animator that I never actually fixed. Because, fun fact, Unity is a thing. I don't know why I had so much issue with the doors. It was something stupid that kept happening because I wanted it to open with remote players.
Yeah.
But I wanted it to open when remote players walked in front of them, but only if you had that door unlocked. There was a whole thing about, were we going to do barriers that the doors would open for other players, but you couldn't walk through? But also just straight up the animator for opening and closing the door is broken, I believe. It was something really, really stupid that resulted in this animator.
I mean, they mostly work now. They kind of like to stay open, but compared to before, I remember they'd open and then they'd like try and kill you.
Close on you. Yes, part of the issue is the vicinity, and I mean this is triggers and stuff, but part of the issue is a vicinity thing. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. There's something. It should not be hard to make a door open and close, but for some reason, it was a local player, remote player thing with the collider, and it was stupid. Let's leave it there.
Yeah, I think our biggest technical issue that I think took us the longest time, though, was the baking the light maps for the stairs. I think I have an image here. It's actually in like the dev room and is referenced in other places because
if it's in the dev room, I have that.
Yeah.
Dev room folder. Yeah, there was
basically when you're doing light mapping, so the engine's trying to bounce rays around and calculate the ambient light, and then it bakes that into a texture so that while the lighting, you know, if you look around, I'm gonna minimize Narry here. Like if you look around the edges and stuff like that, where there's nice like ambient occlusion, and like you can see the light from the like ceiling thing here, like that's all mostly baked. And hold on, let's see what Narry has here. Oh yeah. So for the longest time, this was a big part of like the polish of getting levels done and looking good, was making sure on a technical level all the lighting was done right, because we're using a more advanced lighting system than what we used in Vine Realms, where like a lot of it was kind of just dynamic shadows from like a single source, or in a few places a couple sources, and like we did bake light maps, but they were pretty simple and we didn't use any light probes or anything like that, and so characters and other things wouldn't be accurately lit.
There were some probes, but that's why there was the flicker zone in the desert. It was just the probes are placed poorly. It was not.
I didn't even know how they worked, and I was just like, I used a tool. I was like,
magic light probes.
Yeah, I used magic light probes, and I was like, just please make this work. And then I actually learned how to probe a lot better the next year. But yeah, this staircase, no matter what we did, like we'd render this area, and this is what like a low quality like test render, because it takes a long time to bake the high quality light maps. And so we do these low quality renders, and no matter what I did, these stairs on the left would always come out different from the stairs on the right, and there was like literally no reason why that should be happening. And then it turned out it was it was a flat plane that was invisible, right?
Yeah, there was a collider on the staircase that had a turned off mesh renderer, but it was still, actually I think it was inverted normals. There was an invisible model there just sitting on top of everything.
Yeah, and it was set to contribute to the light map even. And
so
and I think it was hidden
shadows.
too. It was because one of the things in the maps that like Amoral and Meatball did, Amoral did the hub and the VSS Tums and the anomaly, the chat anomaly. And then Meatball did all of Wildwood, and both of them are extremely talented 3D artists, something that we knew nothing about when we were doing Vine Realms. And so when they built their levels, they were built out of like in other 3D software like Maya or Blender, or I don't know what you guys used.
Houdini,
yeah. I think Houdini and Maya were the main ones.
Houdini. Yeah, Houdini, Maya, and Blender. Meatball used Houdini and Maya. Amoral, I believe, primarily used Blender and Substance.
So when these levels got into Unity, they looked completely different than like the kind of level I would make, which is a shitty Unity default terrain with a bunch of crap put on it. You know, these are like, this is more like how actual like professionals design levels and stuff like that.
Yeah, and professionals also surround their maps with big black cubes to prevent shadows from being cast.
Well, that's also because I thought those were set up too because of the concern of, I thought those were the light leaks might have been contributing to the stairs also, but there were things like and you can see it in a few levels. We'll take a look at them, but like around the edges of the stairs and stuff like that, it's very easy for light to leak through the light mapper. Or if you actually go inside of these stairs up close, they're separate actual meshes making up the bottom and top and inside versus being one. I don't know how to explain it, but the light mapper really didn't like them. If you go inside the stairs and look at them from the side, the light mapper would bounce light around on the inside of the stairs and stuff like that. So a lot of those barriers were put there so that light wouldn't get inside of the stairs, which is a bizarre thing to have to do.
This editor, this editor only button, use that in the future.
I know. Okay, I know.
Oh, that's not capturing.
What isn't?
When I click the drop down. Oh, it's because it's a drop down. All right, I can make that work if I need to.
Yeah, that has to be like a desktop capture, not window capture.
Change it.
All right, I'm gonna switch off an area. We're gonna walk around and check out some areas a bit. Do you guys want Narry cam or Sphinx cam, or do you want me to like picture Narry cam in the corner? I don't know what the best way to do this is. Here, let's put Narry in the corner, just like we did for several months of development time. Okay, so one of the things, I don't know how early on did we decide to do the gacha. We talked about it, and then
very.
We talked about it very early, but I don't think we started on it until very late.
Yes, so we didn't. We talked about it very early on. We wanted to do it, but it was this is going to take a lot of effort. I tested. I was like, yep, no, this is possible. We can do attachments. And I actually, because I've shared this video to multiple people on various occasions, the actual system. So I will say the way development happened was very, very game jammy despite the fact that we had multiple months, because again, part of it is just a team thing, not too much experience from many people, a lot of just 2D artists who have never done game dev in their life, stuff like that. So we didn't have people all together. So we had all of these little bits and pieces, and people getting pulled away from one thing to another thing. So Sphinx, do you want to tell people how much time you spent aligning the hats and all of the accessories?
It only took me like 16 hours or something. I did it in a day or two, I think. But
Hello?
it did. Oh, I muted. Muted Narry.
You're
Sorry.
muted. Oh,
Yeah, I was hitting the bong. Sorry.
yes.
Yeah, it took me about. I think I spent like 16 hours doing it, but it was like at that point in time, that was just like a day, so it wasn't that bad. But yeah, so
all of the alignment is done basically by hand because time and automating it.
Well, I mean, we talked about a bunch of different ways we could potentially do it. Your screen is black, by the way. I'm not sure why.
Whoop.
I don't know if you want to show the. I have screenshots of it, but the prefab for one of the default template character or something like that.
Yes.
Because we knew it wasn't gonna work very well, especially if we had him like. So at first we said we'll do the attachments and we'll do the gotcha thing, and then we realized, and originally it was just gonna be artists, but the artists were busy not only with other stuff for the charity, but like all the other. We had so many characters in this, and so much artist work went into all the like signs and decorations of Wildwood. And just like there were a ton of different things. So we knew at a certain point in time, we had maybe like 6 things made by our actual artists. And it was getting close. I think it was like around 3 weeks before we were planning on releasing. And we had kind of talked about community submission stuff, but that's when we decided like, okay, we can get people to submit stuff and we'll try and give like vague guidelines, but we'll also like we need them to be a certain way. Like we need things to kind of orient a certain direction or be a certain size so that like we'll have at least some level of consistency. And we didn't know how many we'd get, and we didn't know how many we'd be able to use. And honestly, I put in as many as I could that I thought were fit the game well enough. I think the items were the things we used the most of. It was like the friends and the chats that we trimmed down a lot more. But yeah, so
there were a lot of those.
Yeah, so what happened is we brought it in some of the items and we tested it out, and with a generic system based on like a default character, and so all the attachment points were on each avatar. But then after we had all the items, we kind of had to spend time going through and manually for each character that you can play as in the game, I went through and adjusted where the hat attaches, where the badge attaches, and where the hand item attaches, and also the size, which is also why if you look at like the doodle dips, I made the hand item gigantic because it would be funny, and also, you know, it for some characters
for some reason,
it makes.
Shrimp Lady has nothing. She's just gone. Did she
yeah,
get cut from character models, or is it just broken?
I don't know. Can you be Shrimp Lady? Collectibles.
I don't know.
Um.
There's a prefab for her, but it's empty.
No, you can't be Shrimp Lady. Maybe it was because of the physics model or something. But yeah, we basically had a default prefab, and then I'd bring every avatar in and I'd manually position all 3 items on each one. And there are how many avatars? There's 5 times a lot, 30 something, 40 something.
50. There are 50 that are configured here properly.
Okay. Yeah. And a couple of those were
49 that are configured
something
properly because one of them's a base.
So there were a few things that like we crunched on because we knew it would make the game better. There was a point in time, I think I did that only like, you know, the last week before we released. And that was like one of those,
close at the end.
that was one of those big polish things where it was like, the system's in and it works, and like there was a lot of the last couple of weeks, a lot of just importing the user content and like finishing NPCs. We had a lot of, there was a period of time where a lot of the artists were busy, so a lot of the NPC art wasn't ready to go. So in a lot of levels we had placeholder NPC art, so we had to go through all of those, and oh my god.
Yeah, so this is August 14th. We launched on the 21st, I believe. This is what the gacha UI looked like on the 14th. Yes, exactly. But here is here's what it looked like by the end of the day of the 15th. So basically, in a day, we went from that placeholder UI to this. And again, give me new art, that was still in there. And again, if I go look at the calendar for August of 2021, yes, we launched the game on the 21st, so this was 7 days before the game came out and 5 days before the game was supposed to come out.
I kind of like the gacha box, to be honest. I mean, the model, Amoral made that, right?
The final model, I believe Amoral made, yes. The gacha box.
Shit, I'm rich in this game. What the fuck? I also think I have everything. What happens if you have everything and you roll?
It says sorry, nothing.
Oh, sorry, nothing. The Cheez-It. There's so many good items that everybody submitted. I'm gonna show those. That's gonna be like at the end thing. I'm gonna go through all the folders and stuff like that. But yeah, there was a lot. We put a lot more effort early on, I think. We didn't start the hub right away. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Here, let me pull the audio. For some reason, Touchtone Telephone or Spirit Phone was like just what I was listening to way more than I should have during the production of this. That album is now embedded into my head. But here we go. I also found the door stuff. So this is what kept happening. Fun stuff with the doors like this. Very good light maps as well. And again, the date on this is August 14th. Again, 7 days before you guys got the game in your hands. This is the state of the hub.
Yeah, that was pretty normal to there was some stuff that got done much sooner earlier. I think in general, like a lot of the levels, aside from like the NPC stuff, were pretty fleshed out and ready to go.
Yeah, those are fleshed out pretty early on.
We had our biggest final push. Well, we'll talk about the levels later, but yeah, we knew we wanted to add not only for a sequel. So actually, I didn't talk about at the very beginning of organizing, which this is very different from Vine Realms, which Vine Realms, like the idea was like at the very start is like, oh, we're going to do a game, but then like what that became like took a while to get decided and get the ball rolling. And with this game, it was basically from day one, we were like, we're open to new ideas and we'll take suggestions for what we could possibly do for a game from like anyone that joined and stuff like that. And if there's something really good and like maybe really unique that we hadn't thought of and is something that's doable with the team that we have, maybe we can do that. Otherwise, the fallback and the more likely thing is we'll just do a sequel or expansion to Vine Realms. That was always kind of the thing from the start, which really helped because we didn't spend as much time not knowing what we were doing. So we were able to start planning stuff a lot earlier on. And because of that, like we knew as a sequel, like we wanted to have more of the same and that we could reuse a lot of the same stuff, but you know, more things to collect, more items. And we wanted to have at least one big new mechanic, and that ended up mostly being the gacha and cosmetic system. even though there are a lot of other small like new mechanics and stuff like that. But we had talked about, there was a thing that we even talked about in Vine Realms, which was doing some sort of like battle mini game that you could challenge other players, like almost like a rock paper scissors thing, but you used the emotes that you collected, and like they would have different like traits or something like that that maybe were hidden, and it was just like almost a game of chance. But that was like, that's a huge feature to add, you know what I mean? Not that the cosmetic stuff wasn't, but also at the time it kind of seemed like a better thing to do, especially because of the timing of this game and like cosmetic items and gotcha stuff just being popular in general. I think it fit a lot more. But yeah, Nary's showing, this was the very first hub that we had.
This was essentially the dev room.
Yeah. So I think we showed in the video last year, we had like the generic terrain with the grid, but this we had a bunch of portals to areas as we'd add them to the game, and character test things, physics object tests, tests for networked moving platforms, and the mini game stuff. Like all that gradually got added over time.
Yeah.
But we also like starting the game, because at first when me and Narry were talking about it, I was like, we should just open the Vine Realms project and like make new stuff for it. But there were a ton of reasons why we ended up not doing that. And like Narry knows all of so like what things did you want to refactor between Realms and Worlds?
So a lot. Honestly, here's the thing. I hadn't touched Unity before starting Realms. There's a lot of really bad code, and then I wanted to refactor pretty much the shit out of it. And then what ended up happening was I refactored a bunch of stuff that probably could have been left alone, because yes, and then work got in the way, and then yeah. I mean, there were genuine things, like the character controller was very, very basic.
Yeah.
Other stuff.
So the character controller was one of the first ones, right? That was a major thing. The
network, the way that all the networking was set up, it's still the same library, it's still Mirror, but I completely replaced what I was using for the synchronization for pretty much everything on that front, which was a lot to redo. I pretty much redid all of the multiplayer stuff. Very little of the original code still existed, because of how. Oh, here's a biggie in here. So if you've seen the behind the scenes from the original, and I definitely do I have the pictures. The way Realms worked was we brute forced it. We had everything laid out in a giant grid in world space, which worked, but you have fun issues when you get too far from 000 and things start to jitter and lots of bugs occur. And we were pretty much at the limits of how far we could stretch with Realms with that.
Do you have that
method.
Picture? Your screen's black right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to pull the picture up.
Oh.
My screen is black because I swapped sources. But all right, so here's the Worlds one. So this is what it looks like when you load all of the areas and worlds up at once. Well, some amount of stuff hidden, like the dome was hidden in a few of these. Everything overlaps. It's all placed at 000. Whereas in Realms, it's just kind of spread out throughout space. We couldn't do that because we knew we wanted more areas, larger areas, and it was not a good way of doing things in the first place. I mean, it functions, but it has its issues.
Yeah, I think the biggest things we tried originally to overlap stuff, but it became an issue with like lighting was a weird
culling. Occlusion culling was one of the big ones, and someone on the Unity forums pretty much saved me for this, because even in the end, that was an issue that was a massive thing, because when they weren't overlapped, when they were at max distance from each other, once you get too far, shadows glitch out, physics glitch out, other stuff glitches out. Once you put them all on top of each other, physics stuff becomes an issue because the scenes interact. There are systems to work around that, which I used, but occlusion culling was the big one. Because what would end up happening would be, well, Unity, God, I don't want to get into the technical too deep about this one. Basically, Unity handles additive scene loading and occlusion culling, which is a system that says, oh, one object is behind another object. You shouldn't be able to see that object. The way it handles that is really, really stupid and really, really outdated. As such, overlapping the scenes was almost not viable, and we almost had to pretty much brute force it through a different method. But in the end, we were able to just do that overlap. I'm trying to find the picture of Realms, but I'm not finding where it is. Stuff in here.
It's probably like,
yeah.
I
mean, I have
it's
it on
probably
Twitter
on your
somewhere,
tweeter.
but
On your Twitter.
yes, it's on my
Search
Twitter. There's a lot of stuff
media.
on my Twitter. What I can actually probably pull.
But yeah, that was a big one. And then the other huge one was the change to bakery and the way that we did lighting, especially for what I did on this compared to what I did on Realms. I mean, I did all the light mapping stuff on Vine Realms too, but I also didn't know what I was doing, and we were using the default Unity light mapper, which has a lot of problems,
especially in 2019.
Yeah, and so we ended up using Bakery, which is a paid third-party light mapping engine that has a lot more features and can do a lot more things. And both me and Narry spent quite a bit of time learning how to actually make use of it properly. Oh yeah, there's
so here's
the picture.
Realms.
Yeah, that's what Realms looks like.
Yeah, that's what Realms looks like. Everything's spread out, whereas Worlds, everything's overlapped. But neither of these are technically the correct approach of doing things. But they worked within the constraints that we had to develop within. The time, the resources, and...
well, the servers we're using too.
Yeah, it was a lot of things that just... This is not a good approach. We were hard capped to 32 zones, technically.
I think it's a pretty good approach. I think
it was a good approach for what we needed.
Yeah, so
which is all that matters in the end.
So did we have any other big major technical changes?
So yeah,
you redid pretty much the whole UI too. The UI was pretty much
so
redone
the UI was in the first version. It was pretty much all copy. There was a lot of copy pasted code, and I wanted to clean that up to make it easier to add more. And then we didn't end up adding much more. Wait, actually, no, it did come in handy in the end when we did until we got the hats and stuff in. That was pretty much wasted effort, but it saved. Yeah, that saved a lot of time. The fact that the dev room is no longer the holding room as well. There's just a lot of little things under the hood that I pretty much... Some of them probably didn't need to be redone, but I redid them. If it works, don't break it.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's pretty much most of the major big changes on a technical level. I'm going to start running through some of the levels and talking about them. But also notice attention to detail on these textures. You can barely see it, but there are like shrooms on like every single texture here. Some of these are pretty obvious, but like if you go even back in like the entry room, I don't think it's on these walls. No, it is on this texture. There are a lot of cool little subtle texture work things. I don't know if these shrooms are using the same texture. There's a friend there. I don't think we put a friend in every... Well, yeah, there are a lot of friends. I don't think we put a hidden friend in every level like the last game. But all right, I'm going to go to Pacifica first. I'm just going to go in sort of order, I guess. but yeah, it took a little while to get this to all come together and be polished, this area, but I think it ended up working out really good. And a lot of it too depended on like, we were getting together like all the player submitted stuff and things like that. So Pacifica, and we also added these cameras. This was something we wanted to do, but we ended up adding it in one of the patches because we just kind of ran out of time. But it didn't take us that long to do once we had the time to do it. So some people might recognize Pacifica from a recent Sunday stream because this is like, so I'd say less of Vine Worlds is asset flippy than Vine Realms, but there are two particular zones or levels in here that are like 80 to 90% asset flip. I don't know if I'd say 80 to 90, but like, because I did add a ton and like it changed a lot of things. And one of the things though, I mentioned this with using other people's assets in Vine Realms is that like some of these things really didn't behave well with the light mapper because of the materials or textures that they used, and I had to spend a lot of time. Like most people are never going to notice this shit, but I know exactly where a lot of the things are. So a lot of the times there were certain things that I'd just either disable from the lighting entirely, or because they use these like double-sided transparent materials, which if I knew more about shader shit, I'm sure I could have like rewritten the shader or something for them. But like these huts were particularly bad because of these roofs that have these like transparent double-sided shaders. But the way the light mapper sees these, it will sometimes light through and sometimes won't. So a lot of these actually, you can't see them. Narry might be able to see them in engine, but some of these actually have like light sources directly above them or behind them to specifically fix light mapping issues where the light that was bounced from like the global light would cause like one of the like the back side of this would turn solid black or something like that. Just like weird shit like that. So that's one of those things where, again, if you use other people's assets, which I think is a good thing, I think using free assets or paid assets off the asset store, if you're like me and you have like no talent whatsoever, I think it's good to eventually like try and learn. But like you can do a lot with other assets if your goal is to learn more about like level design or game design, or just like having a place to like use your mechanics or test your mechanics out or whatever. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I think you should be really aware if you buy assets or download assets, sometimes you have to put a lot of work in to just make them work with what you already have in your existing project or whatever.
Everything comes with its own shader because they have something custom, and then everything conflicts with each other. So or things don't. Or like I mentioned with Realms, we had a lot of problems with LODs in this game too, especially in the desert area, because of these stupid stones that I use. That I like the stones. Okay, they're good stones, man. You're making a video game stylized. They're good stones, but man, they fucking piss me off. So yeah, this map is about like 80%. Like the layout and stuff, I didn't change that much. Like there's some paths added and like things to get up to plateaus, and there are a bunch of decorations around like the outside, and like the processing is totally different. Like the water shader is totally different. But there was some shitty Sunday game that Vinny just played like a few weeks ago that has this exact map minus all the stuff we added to it, and like I don't remember what the name of the game is. I'd have to look it up. But I need to track that down too.
Stuff like this entire cave area is something that I added, where like the teleports are. The buildings that you go into here are things that we added, and like all the. It's very different, but it is still the same map, which I didn't add it hoping no one would notice, but I think it's really funny that it eventually showed up somewhere else. Because
we added the chat heads.
Yeah, the chat heads too were something, because originally it had totem poles, and someone suggested that maybe that didn't make sense for this game and was a little bit culturally insensitive, which I would actually agree with. And I think the chat heads work way better anyways. It would be really, I don't think it's problematic to depict a totem pole necessarily, but if you depict it in a weird context that it doesn't make sense,
I think it's
then you'll probably piss some people off. But I think
it's that at one point the idea was someone turned them into chat totem poles, and we were like, oh no, let's just go with chat towers instead, because probably just gonna make.
Yeah.
And I think it looks a lot better.
Yeah,
because we were trying to at least somewhat clean up the area to not look as flipped. But yeah, we didn't see this in a shitty anime game.
Yeah, man, it looked so bad in that shitty anime game too. I don't know, like that. That also goes to show just like how much technical understanding of like lighting and shaders and post processing and stuff can make a huge impact on how the same exact assets and stuff look.
How many times have you seen HQ Residential House in a game?
I mean, sometimes it looks really good. Photoreal.
Exactly.
Even.
It can look very good. If you bring it into Unreal 5, God, I could open it up in Unreal 5 right now. And it can look amazing. It can also be mobile granny knocks you down the stairs game.
Mobile granny knocks you down the stairs. See, we got to
knocks you down.
Knocks you. Okay. Chat was.
I mean, I'm sure if I go on Google Play right now and I do some word finagling, I can find a version that is
cheese muncher.
That. But Pierre found it.
So both of
human eating fish.
Both of the Pokemon Center places exist right next to each other. The one with the scary Charizard is right on the other side of this wall, actually. Not that a fun fact, but fun enough. And we got to put the Mathland. Got to have the Mathland reference in there. I remember, so another thing talking about buying assets, there was a set of assets that we had. These things were from it, and most of Nowhere, the Nowhere Swamp Metro place, used assets that had by default turned on these like inverse concave or these convex colliders that didn't make any sense at all. So like you'd get up on this desk and it would be like a wall, or it would be like there would be these like archway things in Nowhere, I'll point them out, that like you couldn't walk under because of the weird convex collision meshes by default. And that's one of those things is like you don't think to check that stuff at first, and then you put it in the game and then it behaves really weird and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then you like have to search through and see like what kind of shit's happening. Fortunately, like Unity does have views for like colliders and all sorts of other stuff if you know that they exist and to use them. Which, you know, sometimes people like me don't know that at first.
Oh, that's some nice overdraw. Speaking of looking at things in Unity.
What is that?
That's alpha overdraw.
Is that good or bad? See, bad. I don't even know what you're talking about right now. Which map are you on right now? Oh.
Transparent things rendering on top of other transparent things, causing GPUs to be sad.
Oh, it's probably because there's water under the entire level.
Yeah,
and it's trying to render, and it's trying to render underneath there or something.
But like, this is the light map view, so
look how clean and nice that light map looks. Damn, who did that? What a great job.
Yes.
Except don't nice. Look at it doesn't. Those don't contribute to the light map.
This.
I don't know what that. It's probably there's like lava. There's an emissive. You know me. Oh wait, no, that's on like the other side of the map. What the fuck is that from? Yeah, like sometimes I don't know where that shit comes from.
Bakery had some. Those are fun artifacts in the end. Bakery has fixed a few of the issues that were causing artifacts back then. But even when light mapping, even using the built-in one, even using any light mapper, you'll run into fun artifacts here and there.
Yeah, it's still like 1,000 times better.
Yes. Oh, bakery nowadays is even better, but pretty lighting.
All right, let's go to the floating island. So yeah, this was the first thing. A big reason why I just straight up was like, I'm just gonna use this default map and decorate it for our game because it was a beach and it looked good. And like I said with Vine Realms, it was one of those things where I wanted to have something that was done that felt like the game that we could like run around in, that wasn't the dev room, even if it wasn't like totally finished or whatever. It's one of those things that once you start having stuff that looks and feels like a game, it's I feel like it's more inspiring to everybody, and it makes like everybody and at least for me, maybe it doesn't do it for everybody, but for me it makes me like want to start working more and like seeing more finished levels and like putting characters in different spots and like figuring it out.
I didn't even know. I genuinely did not know that was straight up just a demo scene you modified.
Well,
I somehow completely
obviously I didn't.
That.
Okay, so I wasn't trying to mislead anybody, but I wasn't also gonna be like, "Hey guys, I just bought this thing and it's our new level." I mean, I put a lot of work into it, so, but you know, the bones were there to get something going.
This one had a lot more thought put into it.
I mean,
it's the layout. I have the layout stuff for this.
Yeah, this one was well, also part of it too, and I don't know if Don is here right now, but like a lot of the levels I worked on this one, I started them, but Don really finished them in a lot of cases. Sometimes like a whole lot, sometimes just a little bit of decoration. But it was one of those things where kind of like how you know, I mentioned with Vine Realms, like Jackal went through and did all the character voices because I was too focused on other stuff. At a certain point, once I had like kind of started or got the ball rolling on a bunch of the levels that I was doing for this, I wanted to help and make sure that all the other levels that other people were doing were going smoothly as far as like the technical and lighting stuff, because like the bakery stuff isn't necessarily simple and straightforward. Like you have to attach special components to every light that you want to interact with the bakery light map system. And a lot of people, so like we mentioned, like Meatball and Amoral had a ton of experience with CG work and stuff like that, but working in Unity, even if you understand like the stuff, you have to learn how it works within Unity. And so instead of like trying there, I think early on we spent some time, I made a couple of tutorials trying to explain stuff, and in the end I think it made more sense to let people just focus on being creative and doing their levels, and then like I'd go through and make sure that all the lights were working properly and that, you know, everything would bake okay, and that so that they didn't have to worry about it, because honestly it is a headache to sit there, and even doing a low resolution bake can take like, you know, 5 minutes or something like that even longer.
We both had 3080s.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so glad I had a 3080 for making this game, because the time it took to do, I had a 980 Ti when we made Vine Realms, and using even the shitty light mapper, using low resolution light maps and tiny levels was taking a long ass time. But yeah, the 3080 fucking ripped through light maps by comparison. So Don was a huge help in like helping finish these levels. I actually think I have a picture of when this first started out, I actually made this level, the very first incarnation of it was for we did a meeting over voice chat with a bunch of the people that had Unity access, and basically I did a really so I have a few pictures here. This was probably a little bit later. This is probably from closer to around when I did the tutorial, where basically like what I did is I was showing people at the most basic way how to use Unity and like make a palette of objects and we have a tool called Prefab Placer, which I think some people use, some people didn't, but basically how to set up a scene, how to set up like the most basic lighting, how to put objects in the scene and like give it some atmosphere and stuff like that. And that was a meeting, I think, we spent like 2 or 3 hours or something like that. And I had an idea to do a floating nighttime island type thing, sort of, what's it called? Inspired. What's that stupid game? Outer Wilds. And there's some.
Yes, that stupid game.
Yeah, that's stupid Unity game. There's some inspiration with like some of the weird particle effects of like the tornadoes holding up the islands. Kind of came from that, and there are a few other inspirations in there too. But yeah, this area. Let me see where that thing go.
Here we go. I have some of them actually.
I just showed that one. God damn it, Narry.
Yes, these are the ones you just showed.
Oh yeah, you can see. Look, I used something for scale this time. I think I still had to maybe rescale this map. The desert was the one I really had to rescale, but here I found the one I was looking for. So when I handed this over to Dawn, about half the level was kind of finished. Like the place where you land and some of the other stuff. I don't know if you can read that text on stream, but it's almost exactly like that swamp map that I drew for Vine Realms with the red font and arrows and everything. But it was like kind of half finished, and basically I gave notes to Dawn about like what things needed to at least be there, and it was kind of like, do it how you feel like doing it and look at the rest of the level for inspiration. And Dawn did a fantastic job cleaning up my mess.
Yep,
I do really feel bad that because like there are a lot of things on both of these games where it's like I started a thing and then someone else had to finish it because there was something else I needed to do, which is probably not good. Oh yeah, that's
just called being
delegating.
A team lead.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
That is a manager's job. Tell other people, start something, and then tell other people, here, finish my work for me. Oh God, there was this as well. Forgot about this one.
What the fuck is
one
that
point in
from?
time?
I know there was a thing. So the other big thing, there was another big technical thing in this game, is we had volumetric fog and clouds in a bunch of different areas. And this was an area where I put it in, but then realized that there are going to be very few places unless you go up on the edges where you'd actually see the volumetric fog. Originally, so the way this was planned, I wonder if I have a screenshot of it. I probably don't. The way I was originally designing this level was that there was going to be a giant tunnel in the middle. So if you actually, I think I may have removed it because the kill zone's probably, it's above the fog. Narry, if you go below the fog in editor in this, is there water still underneath it? Or did I remove it?
I'm guessing
I probably removed it. Because there was a period.
If you left water in there, I would probably have noticed that one because of the performance impact.
Yeah, that's true. So there used to be, I think you can actually see it in some of these screenshots. Maybe not. Yeah, that looks like a later screenshot anyways. So there was a period of time where there was a giant ocean underneath this area, and the plan was going to be that there was actually the way I wanted to design it was that there was a giant tunnel that went into the underwater base underneath the floating island, and that it was all going to be one level. And then I kind of started trying to like plan that out and model it, and I was like, this is going to be an absolute fucking nightmare. And I was like, what? You just take a teleport to the underwater base, fuck it, like this is
I think
bad idea.
Integrating it all as once was a fun idea.
Yeah, it makes the floating island feel a little more out of place, I think, as a Pacifica zone, because it's not like directly attached to the ocean. Like there's not a giant ocean underneath it or whatever. What the fuck is that
Pacifica?
picture from?
It appears to be super early Pacifica, and I think this is another.
Oh yeah,
test
there was
that you did.
no, that was I think Dawn.
Did Dawn?
Might have done.
I have all of these images unlabeled because of how I grabbed them, so I apologize if any of this stuff is attributed to the wrong person. Yeah, there was a lot of early interesting concept stuff when we were building stuff out. Like,
yeah, and everybody made shit too small, and I was like, no, you got to make it gigantic, and then realize it's too big later, and then shrink it down.
Yeah, I mean the scale was we did a lot better with the scale in this one.
I think it depends. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's my justification, right? I said this in the last stream. Some of these are fucking planets, all right? Like the desert sphere thing is supposed to be a big floating terrarium. Like to me, it's got to be big enough that it feels like you're on something. Like if you see that dome over you, that it's not like a desert you can walk across in 1 minute. You know what I mean? The desert used to be bigger. Yeah. So
No, it was very big.
It was way too big at one point. Yeah, we shrunk it by like 33%, and that took me a lot of time. Not only like it wasn't necessarily just having bigger areas, because there are only a few that I'd say are really big, like the desert and then the Oxidar surface, but they're just kind of like big boxes and they're pretty open. And that was something that I think we wanted to at least try different things in terms of like level design and stuff like that. And like some people, like Amoral killed it. We'll go to the anomaly later, but I spent a lot of time. I remember the first time I opened that scene to like check some lighting stuff or something like that, and I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on here. It was so confusing, and there was so much going on, and it was a lot of fun to work on, but it was also like, oh my god, what is going on here? I'm lost right now. No, I'm not. We're at the seal place. If you're trying to follow me, come to the seal. Oh yeah, so this is the NPC creator script thing that Narry made. Is this a video or just a picture?
I have a video.
Do you want to explain it while I hit this?
It's so instead of making an editor script, I made a normal script that just shuts itself off at the end. And if you know anything about Unity, you know how bad that is. But essentially, God, if I touch it, I am going to break an NPC. It functioned. You'd put in the model, you'd put in the name, you'd put in the name of the text script. You'd choose a color for their text, and then you'd drop the audio clips on, and then it would overwrite the audio clips, and that's why half the characters don't have pitched audio clips. Because, as we were talking about yesterday about the lack of pitch, I never put pitch into this thing, and what happened was people went in and played with the pitch afterwards, and then they'd go and tweak something with the tool, and it would clobber the settings they did with the pitch. And nobody mentioned to me that was a thing until it was too late. So
yeah, I don't think any of us. I don't think we noticed for a long time. I swear to God, is this who's memeing on me right now? Who's this doc? Is that Stamos? Is that you?
Oh yeah, that script had issues.
Is there a script kitty in my server? Yeah, I mean, it's still, despite the issues, it was still more valuable than like not having it.
Yeah. That is Realm stuff. I mean, I do have this.
That's the wrong game.
Yes, it is.
This is, you're in the
but
wrong
I found
stream.
This anyway.
You're a day late, $1 short.
I found this anyway.
We showed those. I didn't show those because we showed those in the video we made 2 years ago. But that's nice to see how far my map.
I found it.
I showed that one too.
I know. I finally found it.
It's nice that to see how far my map making skills have come, though. Thank you for boosting my ego. Oh yeah,
here's
so
an
that's
example
Mac.
of shit being broken.
Yeah, do you want to? Did we ever fix that, or find a way to fix it?
I think I attempted to, but we just kind of made Mac and Linux builds for the hell of it. Said, all right, it'll probably work. Well, it'll work well enough. Go for it. Some of the shaders were slightly bugged out, but in the end, I mean, people appreciated it. So they put up with the slightly broken shaders here and there.
Again, the perks of using assets that you did not make yourself. I actually changed this shader to work better, and I did kind of customize this shader myself, which is probably why it doesn't work on Mac and Linux. But it's like a
amplify.
Yeah, it's an amplify shader, and it's like has 2 layers, so it has the animated glow effect while still having like emission. And they're like they're unlit but not unlit. Look at these guys going in the trees. The default, look at this, there's just a tree in the tree. Who did that? That was probably me. That all rhymed. Damn. I actually had these assets back from Vine Realms, and we didn't use them because they didn't really fit anywhere. So I used them here. Oh, I was covering up my stream.
Looking to see if I have anything else from this area, but it doesn't look like.
All right, let's go to Shrimp Town. Yeah, I'm not collecting anything because I already have everything, but I'm not really talking to the NPCs too, because you should download the game. And one of the things that also was a huge improvement this year compared to last year was just the writing, the sheer amount of writing, how we organized the writing was still not the greatest, but it was better than the year before. And like,
I made a tool for it that we then didn't use.
Yeah.
Good.
It was, well, because it's complicated.
Yeah.
I want to, yeah, you should show, zoom out. So I made most of this area. Dawn decorated the inside. Dawn, did you do some of the coral and fish and stuff too? Or
let me,
I forgot. I think you did the inside. So
let me get rid of the fog so you can actually see.
Yeah, so the way this whole area and underwater effect works is there's a big sphere around the level that it does this fog, this camera space fog effect. If you turn the fog on and go all the way out, you can see the sphere.
Yeah.
And then above that, there's you can see them in a few places. I think we made the fog a little bit heavier than normal.
Most likely.
Because I wanted it to be really blue at a certain point. I wanted to really blue myself.
You wanted it to be more blue?
Yeah, so like when you're here, let me make Narry small again. Tiny Narry. So like when you look at these areas, you can see the surface and stuff like that. And you can see like the God rays are part of the particle system. I don't think Unity's particle system is the greatest, but I gotta say,
there's a new particle system that works a hell of a lot better.
I haven't messed with it too much, but
Unity
doing particle stuff is one of my favorite things to do in Unity. Like just coming up or like adjusting particle systems or like coming up with ways. Like I redid all the teleporter thing effects and stuff like that going between the areas based off the ones from Vine Realms, and like
Matrix.
Just small stuff like because I showed like in when we were talking about Vine Realms, like in the forest, like the leaves flying around and like all the stuff subtly moving and stuff like that, to me like gives a lot of life to a level. And like if you see this level and the kelp isn't moving and and the particles and like fish and stuff are turned off, it's really boring looking. And and when the caustics aren't working, that was a big thing that also took a while to get working correctly, and it's not accurate.
And then I broke the caustics. And
yeah,
then,
Narry broke this level a couple of times, but it's okay. Speaking of particle effects, the laser particle effect is broken, and I never bothered to fix it. It looks really janky when you're far away from someone using it, because of the way it's rendered in camera space. But yeah, this was a really fun level to make. I just putting coral and like putting the fish and everything was like pretty. This was one of the more relaxing maps to work on, except for when Narry deleted the caustics. And
I dug them out of the old version.
I think all the lighting data got killed and had to be slightly redone.
I think it was only the caustics, because I killed the caustic system because I thought it wasn't in use, and then it was.
There's still some issues in this level with camera order for the cosmetics and the text.
Yeah,
or maybe just the
sorting is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, when you're
not an issue.
When you're using this many transparency layers, so you have like not only the stuff on the top, so you have the sphere, and then you have the glass, and then you have the actual object itself. And we were able to fix it. Was worse because I think it was occluding something else at a certain point. And we got to a point where it was like, you can't really tell most of the time. Like the doodle dip has a giant item, so like it's a little bit more obvious.
The issue started turning into like here. If I change the render queue right now,
yeah, if you started changing one thing, like the signs would work.
So I fix it here. I look, like for example, right here, I just changed it so the stop sign now actually renders in front. If you want to make my little window a bit bigger, the stop sign renders in front of the windows as you would expect. But transparency sorting is a bitch, and suddenly when I zoom out, well, now it doesn't fade away in the fog.
Yeah, now then you could see. So we had to decide the trade-off of like, do we make it like really obvious, weird?
And there are ways to fix it properly. Time kind of becomes an issue there usually.
Yeah. This is also one of those things where it's like we only notice it once the cosmetic system is in and all the like effects are done and stuff, and it's like that was pretty late in the game, so like, you know, now my sign just like completely, oh, there's some weird occlusion going on here. How did I get my camera out of here? What the fuck?
You're blocking half the screen.
Oh.
You got your camera out the wall because at some point someone decided, you know what, this camera is snapping too much when I hit the wall, and then they made it softer, and then it could go through the walls, and then I stopped arguing about it.
Well,
I kept tightening the camera. I kept tightening the camera, and then other people kept undoing it, and I said, screw it.
It was probably me, but oh, there we go. I think it was because there were a couple of places where it was too we had a lot of trouble with the camera. I think it was like
it's almost like we should have had a thing in place to dynamically drive the collision, except
we kind of balanced the camera around the anomaly a lot of the time. To me, that was the benchmark, because very early on, like those tight hallways right at the start of the anomaly and stuff like that, the camera would just go straight through that shit, like no problem. And to me, that was one of the more important levels to like not break the illusion and be able to see outside of the level. Like here, if you can see outside of the tube, it's like whatever, that's not a big deal. But in the anomaly, like, and it can still happen, but in the anomaly, if you like are outside of the if you're outside of the level in certain places, like you see complete like hidden areas and stuff like that. So yeah, this ended up being a really great level, even though it's short and it's short and sweet. And yeah, like speaking of particle effects, so like also just using fancier shaders, like these materials, these metallic like animated materials for like the ceiling in the welcome room and on all the teleport pads. And like this teleport effect was based off of the one that we used in Vine Realms, and basically added a ton of stuff to it, and like redid like parts of it and stuff like that. So yeah, that was Pacifica, and that was again the Narry, what are you doing? Big seal. The Yeah, the order of those maps, those all kind of got done early-ish, at least mostly fleshed out early-ish. Nowhere was done by Kiera, and I think some other people helped with a few other parts at different times. I don't know if it was Amoral or Meatball. One of you guys made like the highway model that runs through the middle part. And oh my god, look at all these people. Yeah, I really like this level because it was basically like we had a concept and we gave a prompt, and it was always intended to be one of like the earlier levels. And I think it being like very compact and contained, but still having a lot of stuff going on, is very good for like a starter level. I think the first level of Pacifica is like that too, but once you get to the floating island, I know a lot of people get lost there, which I kind of think is funny because it's just a circle, but maybe because it's a circle, it feels like you're going in circles. But some of the later maps, like I think we decided pretty early on, not early on, but like that we're going to use the hub structure and unlock stuff, and that like the more complex maps were going to always be a little bit later in the game. And
yeah, because in Realms it was all kind of interconnected, but well, that's
yeah, and that was kind of to make it feel a little more MMO like, I guess. And this, we kind of went, we wanted there to feel like there be progression in the levels, especially because of the writing and storytelling. Like one of the things we found with Vine Realms is that Narry, you can like fly around a bit if you want. I'll make you big while I talk about this. You can fly all the way out so you can see the borders. But one of the things we found, like with the writing and the structure that we did for Vine Realms, where it was kind of like there's a chance you'd run into any character anywhere, and like, yeah, they could exist in two places, but like the order in which you find them would not be like really predetermined because there are multiple ways you can get to the same place. So one of the reasons we went with this hub setup where you actually had to unlock stuff was not only to make it feel a little more like a game, and that there was some progression, but also so that when it came to writing, we could actually have plots that progressed for characters if we wanted to. And we did that with like pretty much all of this. A lot of the characters in the game show up in Wildwood, but like things like you see VW in multiple places, and each time it's kind of like progressing a little bit of a mini story. And
this thing's supposed to be blue.
Well, maybe it's blue in the game.
No, it's just someone set the emission to white.
Oh, it's probably, you know what it is it's probably something that was in like the cantina or something, and the emissive material got changed and it was used on other materials too. That happened a couple of times. That's one of the things when you're sharing assets with because we basically had 3 people working in Unity frequently on Vine Realms, which was me, Narry, and Jackal, and then we had a 4th seat that Bark used, but like Zenny and Mono, for the most part, they made all their stuff separate, and then we imported it into the project, because there's a limited number of seats with Unity's like sharing
collab
stuff. But for this, we had 8 seats, so we had like twice as many devs touching the same materials and same objects and stuff like that. And like there were a lot of things that had to either go through and be adjusted for. Like I pretty much every model that was imported into this game from like certain asset packs, like the one that Nowhere's made out of, like I had to go through and change how the light map importing worked, and like it affected every time that was used other places in the game too. So we had to be careful at a certain point about like making big changes to objects or materials or things like that, because it might have gotten used by someone else. So it was always usually good to, if you were needed something different from something existed, to make a copy of it or make a new version of it. But yeah, the fart clouds were our default placeholder when we didn't have art for a character, because that made it really obvious that there wasn't art for them.
Yeah, I just found that in. But yeah, no, I just found this. This is early nowhere.
Yeah, that's before we had, like, you can tell we spent a lot of time on like the color grading and lighting and post-processing and stuff like that towards the end, because early on everything looks very like Babby Unity game. And then like that polish kind of comes later. But yeah, a big thing too with this was like, for the streamers, we wanted to, in the first game, like the areas weren't really themed that much around particular streamers, but and to an extent they were here, and to an extent they weren't. But like, we did a lot more in terms of working from the beginning with the people who did the magazine writing, because a lot of it was the same people. But like, if you look in the magazine, like we did a lot of stuff very much closer.
About 50-50.
Yeah, especially compared to the Vine Realms, which like there's like one
Cracked Dome, for example.
Yeah, there's like one reference in Vine Realms to anything in the magazine or stuff like that, other than the streamers being their like character classes or whatever, RPG classes. But yeah, so like the whole idea of the Cracked Dome place, and like the baseball being from the giant eldritch.
Oh god, we can get to the baseball story when we get there.
What baseball? Which baseball story?
Exactly. There's no baseball in the Cracked Dome.
There was a soccer ball for a while. But yeah, this I really like, especially like the music. Bass streamed earlier, and you should go watch his VOD if you want to know more about the music. He plays through the tracks and like talks about some of the inspiration, but I'll show at the end. One of the differences for the music in this is not only we had a lot more tracks in this game, and we had more composers technically, and like we kind of ended up spreading out the load of tracks a little bit differently. But for every song in the game, for every area, I gave like a few different references for inspiration. And for this, I had a couple of ideas, and like it was either a Donkey Kong Country song, the Mine song, I think it was, and that's the one Bass mainly took inspiration from. But the other idea was more like down-tempo theme, like the Wu-Tai theme from FF7, because this is kind of like, originally when we were talking about the design for it, it was a little bit more of a like a place that had kind of been corrupted by like Toxic Swamp and stuff like that. But then it kind of, once it was designed and stuff like that, and also like making the music more upbeat, it was more like a place reclaimed by all the scummy people, I guess, like all the slimes, and like even though this place got messed up, like people are still living here. Like we tried to do like, I guess, kind of minor themed stuff with the story for each of the locations and stuff like that. And some of it comes through in the writing and the planet, because of how we planned the stuff. What is that picture from? The rocks one.
I don't have the context, and I'm not going to find it.
Okay. But I think this is like, because a lot of people I think went here as their first level too, and I think this is like a perfect first level for this type of game, because it's not too big, but it's dense, and there's a lot of stuff to see and a lot of stuff to collect just in this one area. There's, you know, not quite as, but this is one area, whereas Pacifica is 3 areas, and it has almost as many emotes. And basically, if you run around here, and I think do get like a couple of things in the first Pacifica zone, it's enough to unlock like the next 2 areas. That was one thing we also didn't want to have, like we didn't want to make getting 100% a requirement for being able to unlock all of the areas and stuff like that. But we did want to have some level of progression, because I think, what is it? There's 191 emotes in the game, and I think you need 60 to go to
I think it's either
Outer
60
Wildwood?
or 80.
I think it's 60. I forget because everything's unlocked now. I actually have a chart. It's in Chrome though that I'm going to show at the end. It's one of the game design tool kind of things, where I made a flow chart of like the areas and like potential how people could progress through them based on like what they decide to unlock and stuff like that. This guy's great. He's so big.
And I have some other tech stuff for the end as well.
You have other what?
Tech stuff for the end as well.
Oh, for this area?
No,
Or
just
what?
in general.
Switchboard. Yeah, if you want to mention stuff. And then Drippy's here. Drippy came on the ship with the aliens, and looks so fucking good in this game. Holy shit. All right, yeah, go ahead. I'll hit
Or
this.
no. I just meant at the end when we're like talking about
at
the
the
dev
end,
stuff.
at the end.
I mean, I could talk about it now. It's just not necessarily relevant right now.
No, it's fine. You can not wait then. I do think like one of the pieces of feedback we got from people was like some people wanted like mini maps or like emote radar or something to be able to find stuff. I mean, to me, it's not that part of the game. I do think we had talked about it a while with this game is that like you can get emotes from exhausting dialogue with certain NPCs. And there was a point in time where we talked about should NPCs that give you emotes have you should they have a different
highlight
outline
or
should they have like a question mark over their head or an exclamation point or like, and to me I kind of felt like that would trivialize the writing of all the rest of the characters, because if you can instantly see between three characters that one's going to give you an emote, the chances are you're not gonna like be as inclined to read everything, and to me that feels a little unfair. To the writing is a huge part of this game. Like if you don't like reading, then yeah, you won't like that aspect of this game and you can just mash through the text. But for people who do like that stuff, I still feel like marking it obviously which characters had emotes would kind of encourage people to not talk to everyone. And I think that was kind of always one of, for both games, one of the things that it says in the literal manual is talk to everyone. Yeah, the radar thing could have been an unlock. That's like a huge mechanic to have to code in though. And I'm sure Narry, if he wanted to, could probably knock something out in a day. The mini map thing is much more difficult, especially when you think about the like multi-tier levels that we have. Like how do you do a mini map for the anomaly? Like how do you do like we can do an overhead screenshot and like show you where you are on a screenshot, but like there are a lot of levels where it really wouldn't work. And also I think to an extent it kind of,
yeah, the mini map for the anomaly is just static.
I'm personally like one of those types of people that doesn't like games that force you to use a mini map and like checkpoints, like just because I'd rather find my way there in a way that the game can tell me, or like at least attempt to. Yeah, like some mini maps, like I like the Doom 3D wire mini map, like Daggerfall had the same kind of thing, but I really don't like Red Dead Redemption 2 really bothered me, where it's like you stand in this one place under this one tree to do the next part of the mission. It's like, just let me walk into the area and have it happen. Like I turned the mini map off because cowboys don't have mini maps, like I guess it makes more sense in a sci-fi game, but and that's my personal bias. That's my personal bias influencing the development of this game. But yeah, the mini map thing is just like, we posted pictures of a lot of the places afterwards, like cool renders almost. And, it's just one of those things where it's like the whole point of the game is just picking up stuff and talking to stuff. And I do understand it's a little frustrating if you have everything unlocked in an area except one emote and You don't know whether it's something you pick up or you get from an NPC or something. And like, yeah, we probably could have done something better, but also I don't care. Get over it. Okay, let's go to the VSS towns next because it's cool.
I have a little bit of hub stuff.
Oh, you want to talk about hub stuff?
Yeah,
shows. Oh, this is that's not the hub.
That's not the hub.
It is.
Okay, that's not hub stuff.
It's Tum stuff.
It's Tum stuff, yes. So this happened.
Yeah, where there was there was some so Amoral Crow made this area. Can you do me a favor and stop posting memes on my stream and instead show the outside of what the Tums VSS Tums looks like?
Maybe.
Because it's one of those things where it's like Amoral made this, and this is mostly made with like modular parts from a asset pack that I part of the asset pack that I gave out to everyone, along with some custom pieces.
They were properly licensed.
Yeah, and the so like when you look at it from the outside, it's basically, I mean, it's a box.
It's lots of wasted tech, VRAM and RAM and storage space for light mapping on the outside.
Okay. It's not wasted when you do it in Maya, all right? But it's, come on, it's a what? 4 triangles? Come on. We can spare 4 triangles for the VSS towns. One of the big things, so lighting in here is there's basically a directional light source coming from the black hole that shines across the entire ship.
There are a lot of lights in this scene.
Yeah, one of the things, there are a ton of lights. Light mapping this was was pretty up there in terms of, oh my god,
almost 60 lights.
So one of the big things, so the main thing is like the light outside is a dynamic light. Well, it's a mixed light technically, but so that'll cast shadows for like characters and stuff like that. But one of the things is, if you've used Unity before, you know that if you, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but if you have a very hard angled light source casting a shadow on something, Unity likes to get these really weird, like ridged edges on its soft shadows that look really bad. And you can sort of see them a little bit here, but it's mostly fixed because I discovered and learned, like, it depends on how close you are to them too, that if you rotate the light source, those are actually the baked shadows. I keep fucking forgetting I'm making you big. So if you actually rotate the light source and slightly change the angle, it can actually dramatically affect that like combing effect that happens. And you can, do I have this on Ultra right now? Yeah, I guess I do. But that was something that I had to learn how to figure out, because we'd be getting like shadows casted from that light that would like hit here and they just look god awful. Like the shadow distance, even on Ultra, is kind of weird when you zoom in like that.
That's just Unity.
Yeah, that's just Unity. But like
Unity's Unity shadows are famously terrible.
Yeah, Unity is a wonderful engine to use.
I love Iron Source.
So like these rooms and stuff were a big thing to get right lighting wise, but Narry has some of those pictures. When I was working on the actual lighting in here, there were tons of like light leaks and like shadows, things not bouncing correctly, and most of them got fixed, and this looks really good now. You can see there's a little bit of like light leak there, and I think when I first worked on this area too, the intensity settings on all the bakery component lights were like cranked really high, but in engine they didn't look high. So like this area, when you walked in here, it was like blinding bright white because the intensity was at like 17 or something. because
the
it
black
looked
hole
right
was-
in it looked right in engine, but it didn't look once you baked the light, it was like incredibly bright. And I
The
don't
black
know
hole was
I don't know that what caused the weird blue thing. I think it was we were getting, because of the version control, we were getting the wrong light map data. Narry's
yes,
gonna show.
that's a different issue.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
God, yes. Bakery with assets used in multiple places, but at one point, so Sharkadals did this logo. At one point, the black hole was actually going to be part of the logo. A few versions passed around. That one. Oh, this was actually an early prototype version. I thought that was an image, but it's not. So, the intro.
Oh, the old.
So very early on, when I saw like just the circle, pretty much, I saw the circle and I was like, I want this to be a thing. And I made this terrible GIF because the original sketch was not perfectly round. But I was like, okay, can we make this round and make this a thing? But there were a few different variations of the logo. There was this one. That. A lot of them, but for a while we integrated the anomaly into the logo because it was like, oh, well, I guess this could be a fun thing.
This one's we should have used that one. That one's my favorite.
Yeah, we should have used this
but
one.
But the thing is
I don't know why we got rid of it.
It included user submitted content, those hands. So,
yeah,
we didn't want to put user submitted content in the logo.
On the title screen. Yeah, on the logo. We couldn't use it in the logo. We couldn't use it in the branding. But lots of fun stuff.
Yeah, originally too.
We also had Captain Tums in there at one point.
Oh yeah, Captain Tums. I forgot about Tums.
The Iron Keep.
There is someone talking in that video.
Yeah, we kind of took the idea of what we did for the logo from Vine Realms and we just made it round. And
I have so many versions of me playing with the title screen.
Yeah.
First, I spent so much time fidgeting with this title screen. Okay, it's Neil Cicericari. That won't get you muted.
Dude, I don't give a shit about getting muted
fun stuff.
on Twitch.
But there we go. There was another good one. I kept that one. All right, I think that's enough title screen tangents.
There were a couple of other. So, speaking of the black hole thing, one of the original ideas too that we had for the
Screen's
hub.
covered.
Oh my god. What was that?
Oh, that was just a different version of the
Did it just bounce in?
Yeah, it bounced in this one.
One of the things we originally talked about was, which we didn't end up doing for a multitude of reasons, but originally the hub was going to have, instead of like you have the separate teleporter rooms to the different locations. Originally what we were going to have was we were going to have a hangar area with a bunch of ships in it, and there was going to be a board that was like a solar system map kind of thing, and you'd interact with it and it would bring up a UI and you'd like pick where you wanted to go, and then we were going to do for the loading screen like a little flying animation. But at a certain point,
that idea turned into it got so large in scope.
Yeah, it was something pretty early on, but then when we were getting further on and we were getting to the point where we needed to think about that, like when we were building the hub and stuff, it was like we could spend a ton of time developing this feature to just make a pretty loading screen.
Here we go. I got it.
Yeah, this was a version Meatball made, kind of based off of Katamari. And we had I had some like example ideas of like Star Fox, the planet maps on Star Fox, like Star Fox Assault and stuff like that, where it's like pixel art of the different planets and you like click and fly to them or something like that. And yeah, we got to a point where it was just like we should just put teleporters, because we could spend, it was basically, do we have a fancy loading screen or do we make the entire gacha and cosmetic system kind of decision? Also some really nice light map baking here. Don't look at that.
It's covered.
Oh, thank God it's covered. I keep forgetting that that I have you, because I keep you in the corner instead of like closing the source. This Pagona has a meat coming out of him. Yeah, I'm talking about these nice seams. I mean, this area, this whole place looks pretty good in the end. The thing is that when you're doing light mapping, the light mapper really doesn't like two intersecting meshes. It's much better to like bake your meshes together or consolidate them into a single mesh for the purpose of light mapping, maybe not for the purpose of actually like in the game for like culling occlusion and like other reasons why you might want to split the mesh up. But yeah, a lot of these are because of just hard 90-degree angles of things intersecting and inaccurate light calculations where things like kind of get bounced around too much and like they get like some weird artifacts going on. Oh yeah, this was Zenny's design originally for like, it was going to be a 4-story hub type thing, and we actually ended up never really depicting in game, I think, what the outside looks like, except for the little teleport icon, like the little icon for the heart of the galaxy looks like a mushroom, and I think in the magazine the heart of the galaxy looks like a mushroom.
Yeah, it's in there.
But we ended up kind of taking liberties. Like in game, it's basically like doesn't fit that at all. But yeah, I really like this area and the music and like the writing and stuff for everything in this area is pretty good too. For being a small,
I can't believe you would like the Star Trek area.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said at the beginning, this game was an excuse to just make a bunch of Star Trek memes. So yeah, the next big thing, the chat anomaly. I think the original idea, I mean, I have the document. It's hard for me to pull up different documents and show them on stream at the same time as playing. I'd rather just show those all kind of together at the end. But I think the original idea was it was going to be like a chat temple on like a part on in like, I think the original idea was that nowhere was going to be like a city area and then like a jungle swamp area. And we had weird plans for like the lore and characters. I think like the jungle swamp area was going to be the slimes and these like frogs, and they were going to be like having some sort of weird like turf war, I think was the original idea. And
something like that.
We kind of scrapped a lot of that stuff because I think, I forget when it was, but we thought about the lore and stuff like that, and we thought about the idea of all the
here's the toxic the slime and then the frogs.
Oh yeah, we do have concept art for it. Damn.
Kira's art. Then layout, a drippy camp, frog lamp. Oh, camp streamer.
Frog
so
lamp. I love frog lamp, almost as cool as frog chair. Yeah, and then the highway was gonna like take you to the like the metro. The kind of like how we had subzones for for Pacifica, but it also turned out to be one of those things where Kira did a lot of work on everything in the charity event, not just
Yeah,
and was
Kira
not
was all
just
over the
focused on the
place.
game. So that was one of those things where it was like, do what you feel comfortable doing and what you think you can do, and then we'll work around that. And I do think the VSS Tums design stayed pretty much the same.
Yeah, here's some more VSS.
Here, let me
One
make
of the
you,
VSS ones.
let me make you
I
big.
don't have that. Oh, here we go. Here's the map UI idea. So, and at one point we kind of wanted to do something like this with the pause screen, but yeah, that wasn't happening. But here we go. Here's your light maps.
Yeah, this was fun. So this was, I couldn't figure out what was causing this, and what was causing it was what I mentioned earlier, where there were lights that had bakery components on them, and in the bakery component, like the intensity was set really high, because by default what it does is there's a button that assumes the properties from the light in the default Unity light, and in engine without any light mapping turned on, with like just the default, I don't know what it's doing for lighting. It's just like the basic lighting and shadows that are mixed lights and stuff like that. So with the intensity cranked up on the Unity light, it looked good in engine, but then when Bakery got that intensity, it was like putting a mini sun inside of every room, and it took me a little bit to figure that one out.
Oh, here we go. Here is scaling.
Yeah, that's an example of doing the light mapping too. I still used a tool for it, but I learned how to
Magic
properly
Light
do
Probes
it.
is incredibly good.
Yeah, I learned how to actually use the tool correctly, and I did do a lot of manual tweaking, and for a lot of levels, basically, there's several light probe volumes that will enclose certain areas of the map where the lighting actually has like kind of shared data. Because what I would do when in Vine Realms, the few places where we had light probes, is I'd basically put a giant box around the entire level and be like, try and make light probes that fit there. And that does not work at all for places like the Anomaly. Basically, I think there's like 18 different light probe groups. There's probably more.
I can take a look.
Yeah, you could easily see in engine, but
Why not? Why didn't we ship this?
why is that? When did that become a thing?
I don't
Nicolas
know.
Cage was in the last game. He doesn't need to be in this one. Yeah, so a morals level. So I did the music for this, and this was music I had made kind of with an idea that maybe it could be used for the game, but I wasn't 100% sure. Oh, is this more concept art for?
Yeah, I have mountains of concept art for the temples. So.
Yeah, show some of that.
All right.
Instead of me running through, because most people here, I feel like, have played the game at least a little bit or have seen this on stream. So I think seeing this kind of stuff is a little more interesting at first.
So that one, I have like 7 Explorer windows open and I'm losing track of everything. Damn it.
Yeah, I think there was a point in time where we talked about Smile Ghost being a mini game technically set in the temple.
Here we go. Here's the mood board for the temple.
Mood.
Yeah. So a mood board for the temple. You can obviously tell what games inspired it, and just stuff like that. The actual concept art. There is so much actual concept art, and I have lost track of it. I have too many folders. I know it's in here. Oh, here we go. This is inspiration. That's not for this though. Oh, I lost it. Sort by file size.
But yeah, I think at one point, so we were gonna have it be like a weird cursed temple on a planet. That's where all the chat came from. But it also, like, I think the original idea wasn't that they were going to be everywhere, that they were just going to be all in the temple or something like that.
Here we go.
But then we wanted to put them like all over the game, especially after we got people to submit chat drawings for us that we used as characters and stuff like that. And because of that, I think part of the idea too was like, if it's like this weird anomaly in a black hole or something like that, and then there is lore, like you can kind of pick it up in the game, but it's basically that like all the chat characters that you see in the game originally came from this like weird anomaly, and like some of them are default, quote unquote, default chat members where they just have the same script and they repeat the same stupid chat messages, which I think, Narry, you actually did
yeah, I did most of those.
Didn't you use either like an AI trained on chat messages or something?
No, I was considering doing that, but what ended up happening was I just started searching up copy pastas. I pulled up like some chat logs and just looked for really good messages. And then I just told people, here's a Google Doc, put chat like messages in here. And originally when we started development, I set the hard rule of no Among Us, and then I broke that rule incredibly quickly. So that became free game.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things. So that was also part of the lore too, is that like some of the chats had been there, like on Pacifica, they're all like, a bunch of them are pretty normal and they've been there a long time, but they like don't know where they came from. And they're all like kind of spread out throughout the star system, and like no one knows where they come from. And that's why the ship is here investigating the anomaly. And this is like the first time anyone's kind of set foot in there. So I think we did a good job of having a decent amount of like lore that is like subtle lore that's like, you know, like your Dark Souls style lore. Oh my god, yeah. So this is the light map for this place. Yeah.
So there was actually one of the earliest things, and here, let me actually swap. So you will being here, there is a room, the Escher room. Now, this is an idea that we had very, very early on, and it didn't end up being... God, I can't even find it. Yeah, the anomaly in editor, even in editor, it's a...
yeah, you got to change the render mode to like not use lighting, or you switch it to like the light map view or something, and it's easier to kind of tell.
So this room, you ended up being able to platform through, but early on, something we played around with and something we were like, can we do this? Can we do this?
Do you have a video of this?
Yes, I have a video of this. Okay. I'm pulling up the correct folder with the video in it right now. And this was one of the very earliest things we played with. Where video? It's in this folder. I sorted a bunch of stuff and then the folders got too large. And now I'm having trouble finding everything I sorted. Come on. Here, have this while I look for it. There it is. All right. So you'll see I was actually testing in Realm still at this point. And just a few issues, but we actually wanted to straight up go and make it so those were... I have no idea what that background noise is. But technically had working portals with scaling and everything, but then I tried to do multiplayer testing and I cried. So kind of gave up on that idea. And then at the end, it also just kind of became unviable to try and implement, but
I was thinking of a totally different thing than the portal thing, to be honest.
Oh, what were you thinking of?
The gravity stuff.
Oh, yeah. So we also had at one point, so here. That music won't get you claimed. This is another thing I just found in the folder. This was early prototyping of the temple. But the gravity shift, yes, it was going to be portals with gravity shift. So specifically, you'd go through the portals, and it would actually rotate your gravity such that you were aligned with the direction. And it kind of worked, but it turned into one of those things where it was like, if I'm implementing this, I need multiple days. And by the time we were at the point to do that,
And
it
not
just
only that,
wasn't
but
enough.
we're gonna use it basically in one room in the entire
Yeah.
game. Like we thought about how we could implement it other places, but I also there was a point in time where I was like, I don't know how to do level design for this in this short amount of time. Yeah, I mean, I think we tested it early on enough that it was like a consideration of something that it was going to be in more of the game. Also, there was a point in time where we talked about like players would be able to have like a jetpack power up, and you'd be able to fly a lot more. And like, but
God,
then
the jetpack, yeah, that was something.
yeah, we had a few scrapped ideas that are probably good that they got scrapped. I mean, they would have been cool, but yeah.
The area I have the most for is obviously Wildwood, because that's
where you did
God,
the most
there's so
work?
much. No. The most content, like concept art and just everything, because there's so fucking much for that. Here we go. Early meets.
Oh yeah, I remember how this level looked before the first time I went in and did lighting, and it looked completely different. And it took a little bit to figure out how to get meat to light correctly in that tube and properly cast a shadow and stuff like that, while not being too intense. There were so many lights in this place. I don't know how I know I removed a lot, but there were, and not all of the ones in game contribute to the baked lighting. There's some that are like dynamic only, and there's some that are baked only that don't contribute at all.
Oh, here we go. Here's the light probe setup.
Yeah, so that I think that's even not that was when I was that's the final light probe setup. So those are all the volumes that make up specific areas of light probes. And so if you don't understand how light mapping and light probes work. So light mapping is you basically are making calculations. You're pre-rendering all the advanced lighting so that everything can look smooth and nice and like have bounced lighting effects for really cheap on like low-end systems, and you don't have to do it real time. But the thing is you can only apply light maps to static objects. So if you have things like characters that move around, or if you have like anything that needs to like be dynamically lit, what you use is light probes, which basically are a network of points in space, and those points will get the data from the rendering that like the light you're doing for the light map, and it'll create basically a bunch of points in space where it says this is what an approximation of what the light is, and they're little spheres. And so depending on like how the sphere is shaded, essentially, like you could have a light from the front and a light from the back, and you'd see like two different lights on each side of the sphere. Yeah, it's sort of like a 360 degree screenshot, but very simplified with only kind of like
spherical harmonics, if anyone knows what those are.
Yeah, it's spherical harmonics. It's originally like, I think one of the first games to do it was Battlefield 3. I think Frostbite was one of the first engines in.
Well, Frostbite was spherical harmonics for lighting in general, not just or for light maps, not.
Yeah,
for
light probes were a thing before, and light maps were a thing before, but
yeah. And there's more advanced ways of doing that. Like Bakery has a system called Volumes, which is a lot more intensive, but it gives much prettier results than
an example of a hybrid system too is if you've played Warzone and wonder why the fuck Warzone is like 200 gigabytes, or why like going from a daytime map to a nighttime map is a 40 gigabyte download. It's because they use a hybrid baked system. Theirs is a lot more advanced and can do a lot more things, but essentially a huge chunk of the data for that game is literally just the light map for that entire big battle royale map, which is one of the reasons why, if you compare it to a game like Fortnite, which doesn't have which only uses dynamic lighting. It doesn't have any well, they changed the lighting a bit recently, but it had no like global illumination or no light maps or anything like that, so you could have a smaller game and have it be more performant. But yeah, in Warzone, that's one of the reasons why the game is so big, is because that entire map has baked lighting data. And usually people do that because it's a trade-off of performance and size and visual appearance. Like, really good baked light maps look really good, and they don't take a lot of GPU or CPU performance, but they take up a lot of room on the hard drive.
Hard drive and VRAM.
Yeah, and the thing is most people have a lot of hard drive space and VRAM versus having a really powerful CPU and GPU to be able to use alternative like real-time methods. But it depends on the type of game you're making too. Like big open world games tend to use real-time global illumination and won't use as much like baked light map stuff, and because the maps are too big, and other reasons too. But like having dynamic time of day, like that's one of the reasons in Warzone why it's a 40 gigabyte update to go to the nighttime map, is because they don't have a dynamic lighting system. There is dynamic lighting in that game, but they don't have like a dynamic environmental, like they can't change it from daytime to nighttime just by changing a couple of things, because the light is baked differently. The amount of direct and indirect light obviously changes when the sun is up versus the sun being down, and how the lights in the scene like actually cast light too. It's the same reason if you played Battlefield, they had nighttime versions of some of their maps, and they're completely different maps because of the lighting system they use. They can't just like real time change it from day to night. What is this that you're showing me?
That is substance. Talking. So the LSD shrooms that are in the one room, this is Substance Designer. Basically, all of those little LSD vine shroom textures were procedurally generated using expensive software. Because why not? Instead of just drawing them all in MS Paint, Amora made a generator.
Wow.
So you could generate infinite numbers of these.
Look at all that work put into one room. What a dedicated guy. That's actually really cool. I forgot that those were generated procedural. Like that.
Yeah, there's some other procedural stuff.
There is technically a way you can do a bit of a hybrid system where you bake versions of light maps at like certain like times of day, and you interpolate between them. I'm trying to think of the game that there are a couple games that use that, but it's not very common. And it also,
there's actually a system for Unity now to do it, made by the same person that made Magic Light Probes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Magic the Light Map Switcher. I've looked at it. It actually, obviously, it's like 4 times the. You want four times a day? Here's 4 times the everything. But
yeah. So you need to, if you do that, you need to be doing it with basically like really low resolution light maps, or like some other way of interpolating that data.
Yeah, there's a lot that gets in the way.
I guess it depends on what your game is. Yeah.
Yeah, Unreal 5 has Lumen, and
because light maps, how much of this game's, so this game is 3 gigabytes. The project itself, uncompressed and not built, is what, 12? We got it down to 12 gigabytes.
I think it's bigger than.
It was 20. Like I think at its biggest,
like
it was like 25 or 26, and then we got rid of.
That's because we imported a shitload of stuff that we didn't need. But yeah, no. The final actual build is like 3 gigs, but the actual.
And how much of that is light maps? Like 2/3 of it?
Not 2/3, probably a good chunk of it. There's definitely a lot more light map optimization we could have done if we had the time, like back faces and everything else. But that's just how much time are we putting into this? Check the raw texture side.
Yeah, because I spent a lot of time trying to optimize those two, because there was a point in time like Oxidar, the exterior light map for that was like 1.5 gigs or something, and it was like, okay, well that's not gonna work, like we gotta find a better way to do that.
It's a lot. I don't even want to try and find the number. It's just a lot.
Yeah, this is definitely, I mean, the coolest. I mean, it's I Wildwood and this are both very different. Oh my gosh, that issue. Yeah, we'll talk about performance issues here. In a second. Let me get to this is a good room to do this in.
Unity culling sucks.
Yeah, so we had a lot of culling issues, like with we did have to do work to optimize making both the I want to call it the chat temple, the anomaly and Wildwood performant. Once we started getting into the stage where everything, like all the effects were being added and all the like lights were in and like everything was happening, and one of the big issues we had was with the way that Unity's occlusion culling was baking for this is there were a lot of seams in places. This is similar to the issue we had with the cave, where you'd be like on one side of the map and it would be rendering like all this stuff that really didn't need to be there. So we had to spend time basically making what's I think we used like occlusion portals and a few other like little blockers,
occlusion areas. There's a few things in there, but even then it's not as bad as it
there's still some stuff. If you show it in editor, I'm pretty sure that the big chat sphere thing that like spins around and has the lights glowing, there are like a bunch of places where like that renders through the wall. You're gonna have to change the render mode to be able to see, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm just making another camera.
You basically like for some reason, and I was never able to fix it, you'll be like facing completely away from it and it'll want to render, and I just like I do not understand what was happening there. But yeah, you can kind of see. Yeah, it's like even if you go like further out, you should just turn off the lighting. So
very effective. Yeah, so I need to be in visualize mode. I can't shut off the lighting. The area is black.
Yeah, if you go up to shaded and switch it to unlit or whatever.
Oh, you're talking like doing that way.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. That chat sphere would see, like now it's fine, but like if you go, there was like a place far away in one of the hallways where like it would always kind of render. But this is
put the camera there.
This is basically a like performance view mode, like where you can see what the camera is casting to and what it's deciding to render with the occlusion system.
And despite the fact that here we go.
And this is a huge thing.
It has
a lot of
absolutely no sight lines. It manages to go. It goes straight through walls.
Yeah, it likes straight to go through walls for some reason. And this is a thing that like if you play an indie game that runs like shit for no reason, that doesn't look like it should run like shit, it's probably because they have no occlusion culling in there at all. Because that's like one of the major performance things where it's like at first we thought with this map there was some performance issues when you first walked into that main hallway, and originally we thought it was because of the particle effects, but it turned out to be when you would look down that big main hallway.
I had that picture up before.
It was rendering like the whole like chat refim area and like all these other areas and stuff like that. Occlusion culling basically means your GPU isn't rendering anything outside of what the camera can technically see.
So you have frustrum culling, which is the edges of the camera, and then occlusion culling, which is big thing is in front of another big thing. I don't need to see the thing behind it, but
and by default, I think Unity only turns on frustrum culling, right? Does it even turn that on by default?
Yeah, no, Fresham Culling's always on.
Okay.
You have to bake occlusion culling, but the system Unity uses, Umbra, it's not bad. It's just Unity's implementation is 10 years old and completely non-configurable. It is the same middleware that games like Red Dead Redemption 2 use, so it can be made to work very, very well. In Unity, it works like absolute trash. Like, I'm in this room here. Okay, sure, it's peeking through the doorway there, but if I go back to shaded mode and actually get something solid.
And stuff like that might be
There's
seams
walls
too.
in the way.
Yeah.
But sometimes you'll find it'll just go straight through like a solid object, like right here. Let me go.
It comes Umbra is part of Unity. You don't have to like add anything special.
There are a few third-party occlusion culling systems, but they all kind of suck because of what's exposed to Unity. Pass. There we go. Yeah, you see those lines going through the solid object? That's just what happens.
Yeah, so to optimize this stuff, basically what you do, kind of like how I set up those light probe zones that are like boxes that encompass rooms, what you do is you specify like a minimum and maximum size that like the camera occlusion detection can go through, and that even when you set it, it doesn't like to work. But then you can use these things called occlusion portals and occlusion zones where like you can specifically tell the occlusion engine that like this should be something that like it might be a door that can open and close. So if the door is closed, you still probably want to render what's behind it because it's going to open. Or you might specify like certain areas you want to hide things because you know like there's never going to be that angle. But this level is just very complicated, and we did set up some of those just to get performance better, but it could have been optimized a little more. But in general, it ran well enough on all of the hardware that was, you know, within our kind of testing specs.
Yeah. It ran on a laptop if you turned it to a laptop with integrated graphics if you turned it to lowest, and that was my target. So
yeah, I think what was pure are you here? What was your GPU? Like a GT 520 or something? It's 560. I think that was the lowest end thing we tested both Vine Realms and Vine Worlds on. And I think you had to run on low and turn off post-processing, but what's the dock convention doing here? We got some robots too. Yeah, not only was just like design-wise this a really cool area that Amoral did, but like level design-wise, like
oh, here we go.
The best integration of like secret paths and hidden areas. Like there were, even though I had seen this area in editor multiple times and like worked on the lighting, there were secrets that I didn't know existed until like playing and someone showed me. Yeah, that's a perfect example.
Here we go. So I am in the hallway.
Yeah,
like I am in the hallway at the start. Chat sphere just wants to render.
Yeah,
it doesn't give a shit.
We could not figure out how to fix that. You can't find the chat seraphim thing. Well, let's go get it then. Did you find this? Did you go up above meat here? This is another nice little hidden area. But yeah, this is like, I think it's part of it is because Amoral knows what they're doing when they use 3D software, but like I had wanted to make levels like this in both this game and the previous game, but it's just so complicated.
Amoral pretty much spent all of their time on this one area.
Well, and the hub too, and VSS
and the hub,
towns.
yes, and the hub.
But I'd say a lot of
a large amount of time on this area.
A large amount of time on this area. I think also it's just one of those things where it's like, for me, what I'm good at, because it's extremely easy to do in Unity, is just like open outdoor areas where you have like one directional light, like the sun, and like, you know, a bunch of plants and decorations and stuff like that. When you start building enclosed levels, I found a seam here. Nice occlusion. Oh, my thing's fucking blocked. God damn it, Narry. You're always in front of me. making interior levels, I like doing the lighting, but the actual like building them, like when I did the cave for Vine Realms, even though it was like modular pieces that were designed to go together, it was still a nightmare, not only to design it, but also to all the technical aspects of it. So if you're looking for the Chatrafim, it's over here. You go to where the Pompey room is, and then you go to the right, and you gotta jump off these things. And then there's like a hidden little shelf right here. Oh fuck. Can't believe I've done this. Yeah, this area is great. I honestly, oops, fuck. Yeah, this uses Jeff's reversed voice from the glitch room yesterday for the voice. And this was community submitted art too.
Oh yeah, we kind of made an exception to the rule for Chatrafim because it was just...
Well, we did ask for chats specifically to put them in the game, but we didn't really know. We didn't originally plan to have that many be like interactable NPCs, and then we saw how many good ones. Same with avatars. We didn't plan to have any chats be avatars, and some of them were so good that we're like, of course we're gonna use that. Like that's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely props to Amoral for spending all the time making this place work and having it like be as weird and as cool as it is. It's very very impressive. Definitely a highlight. Oh, there's some weird calling here too. Definitely like a highlight of the game for me. So the music here is my music. I honestly wish someone else had made something else, although I do think it fits. Like the idea was it was gonna have like some like ambient drone kind of music. I don't know what someone else would have come up with, because like, so this music was placeholder for a long time, and then it was ended up being like, okay, well, it's good as placeholder, and everybody's busy with other music. We'll just keep it and use it. Also, this was actually a pain in the ass. See, it doesn't work on this character. Oh, I think the light probes in general on the material don't work correctly on the material for the gold doodle dip. Like
could have fixed that. It's probably
it's something. Yeah, see, that's what it's supposed to look like. I think that material actually is like excluded from the light maps or the light probes.
But I believe, if I remember correctly, what I just found here, wasn't this the original like landing zone for the anomaly? I seem to remember this.
I've never seen this screenshot before in my life.
If I remember correctly, what this was that was the landing zone, and then you'd go out, and it was kind of a around version, but there was a second version where there was the entryway, and it was like a staircase. Had Moody Bot dance. I believe this was in
Amoral make
I don't
this?
have
Or was this Kira?
I don't have a name attached to this.
Amoral might know.
I seem to remember this being like, oh, let's do a layout where you enter in and then you have to go around a corner. Oh, Q made this. Okay. For some reason, I thought this was the chat temple. Maybe it was something else.
Even though I was involved from the very beginning, early on, I wasn't quite as involved, and there was a lot of concept stuff that I guess I never saw. Yeah, the light maps in here are fucking brutal. I tried. I'm sorry, Amoral. I tried. I did my best, and it wasn't good enough. But I mean, whatever. Look at what's on the walls already. Come on.
You're
It's
covered
fine.
again.
I'm what?
The screen is
Oh,
covered.
God damn it. Narry, get out of my stream. I'm gonna make you real tiny. I was looking at these horrible. Part of this is the resolution of the light map too, because this area is so big that like to keep the size of the light map down for the rest of the area, and other parts of it look good, like other parts of it kind of look bad. But yeah, this is a great area. These AI pictures seem so quaint now when modern AI shit is like making amazing looking fat cats. Okay, so yeah, this is great, and I love it actually did take me some time to both. I was going to mention both the Smile Ghost maze, the and this area use unlit shaders. So what was happening for a while in these areas, and this also happened in the Doom level for Joel, was the light probes didn't work correctly because the unlit shaders don't have any light to contribute to the light map. So I had to find a workaround to make sure the players looked normal in these unlit areas. And I am pretty sure the way that it works is there's an invisible area light above these areas that only contributes to the light probes. So basically it's contributing light that like doesn't touch any of the materials or surfaces in here, but it affects the probes for the characters, because the probes are getting no data from anything in here. They need data from something. So since these are unlit, a solid bright white light looks fine in here. So that was kind of the workaround that I found. So that light doesn't actually cast light on anything except for the light probes, technically, which in turn makes it look like it's casting light on the characters. All right, let's leave this terrible place. Oh man, also there were a lot of issues with getting the falling out of this area to work right, because it kind of fades to black, and there's actually, I believe, black fog, a layer of black fog underneath here that obscures your view when you fall into it. I'm pretty sure is how I ended up doing it. Because what would happen is while the transition would happen, you'd be able to see a bunch of parts of the level underneath when you fell down. Like you'd be able to see like the next room over, and same like when you're in the pumpy room. If you fall down underneath the ground in the pumpy room, you'd be able to see some of the areas around it. So I think we tried like fading out the player view originally through scripting, and it was too complicated for my small brain, so I put a fog that is literally black. Oh yeah, we had weird issues with the stairs because we changed the character controller at one point, because the vertical movement, like it was too easy to like jump up the sides of walls and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, so I changed the height of how high of something you can step on.
Yeah, and then it made it so you couldn't walk up these stairs. Originally, there were like a ton of stairs in the game just broke after this one change. It was great. What was that yellow flickering thing? Yeah, this ended up being, oh, it's one of these things came through the ground. Yeah, so the screen transition is actually like a thing, a UI element that's tied to when you're teleporting or changing locations. And like the thing is that happens after you hit the trigger to actually teleport, which can be invisible or it can have be a solid thing or something like that. But the thing is after you hit the trigger, either there one of two things happen. You hit the trigger and you keep falling as the animation plays, and as the animation plays, you can still see a bit of the level underneath during the transition because it's coming from the outside in. And so it's like not completely obscuring your view as soon as the trigger hits. The other alternative is that you put something solid underneath there so that when you land, you hit the trigger, but you're actually landing on the ground. But when you're playing the game, like that feels kind of weird. And also you can like land and still move around and like move the camera and stuff. So the fog was kind of like the easy solution to block everything out and not be able to see the underside of the map. Come to where you're standing. Everything disappears. You're standing up there? Yeah, so I'm guessing it's inclusion culling because like, fuck off. When you stand inside of there, fuck. Like this doesn't have collision, but it does have occlusion culling. You can see Smile Ghost down there. Yeah, I mean, the way to fix this would just be to give this thing collision. Because, yeah, that's one of the things is like those holes are small enough that when you're inside of there, it's like, oh, I can't see out of here, you know? So I'm going to block everything. Which, I mean, you can find that stuff in commercial games that get released too, if you look hard enough. But, I mean, usually they tend to do enough stuff to block you from getting out of bounds, or, well, it depends on the game.
They have a much bigger QA team usually, and a much bigger dev team usually.
And plenty of interns to fix collision issues. The holes are part of the polygons, but you basically tell the engine how big of a hole it can see through and how big of a hole it can't see through, essentially. Yeah, especially with the power-ups, and we did give the power-ups earlier in this game. It is a little bit.
We understood it would break here and there.
Yeah,
but
that's part of the reason why we changed how we did the dev room too, because we knew people would instantly try and get out of bounds and would easily be able to get to in some places. Although we did put a lot of work trying to block stuff off. Okay, we're returning home.
Yeah,
how long?
There's still a good amount of stuff going, and we're already almost at 3 hours.
Yeah, it's fine. We're good. I mean, if you have stuff you need to do too, you can dip.
No, I'm good. I just wasn't sure about you.
No, I'm good. Yeah, so the desert, this is an area I spent a lot of time on. Don helped me finish it, just like some of the Pacific areas. And so the low gravity thing was partially because it fit with the, wow, look at that. What terrible level design this is. Was because it felt like it felt like it fit with the idea of like spaces getting sucked out or whatever, but also because the area was so big that like having it be low gravity would like help you traverse it a little bit quicker. But this is actually, so the first desert concept Don made was pretty small, like size of nowhere, kind of small, maybe a little bigger. And I was like, oh, no, we have to make this way too big. And I think I probably have a picture of it. I think this might be it. Yeah, this was the original, I think, before I scaled it. I scaled everything down physically, but I also like reduced the size of the actual desert areas. This is pretty close to the final one, actually. Hold on. I did have a lot of fun working on this area, though, even though it did come with a lot of technical issues at the end.
Oh, yeah, there's a cool special feature in this area in online mode. It's an NPC you probably never met.
So this was... I did a version after Dawn did a version, and this one I did, and I was like, this is too small. I made two that were too small, So then I made it too big and then had to make it smaller again. And it was much more simplified. Like it was just the little oasis and then just empty desert for the most part. And then the soccer ball. And yeah, so this area probably, I don't know, this area might have gone through more revisions than any other area in the game.
Oh no, he's standing on the surface right now. Pikachu's here.
Because yeah, it went back and forth. And originally I was trying to figure out how to do obviously, right, you have this giant hole in the thing and it's sucking the desert out of the place, and I was like, how do we even begin to make that? And one of the earlier versions of the desert looked more like this, where there was just sand haze everywhere and it just kind of moved. But then the problem with that is that you couldn't see the hole in the terrarium, and you couldn't tell that like sand was getting sucked out or anything like that. It just looked like a hazy, shitty mess.
Where's the Breaking Bad piss filter?
I don't. We did that in the first game. And that was the thing too, is I wanted the color palette to be very specific. Like even though it's a desert, like I didn't want it to look like the desert from the last game. And I think we did a really good job with the lighting and like the skybox in here, and just like
it's just the desert from Origami King now.
Okay, didn't this come out first? Or I've never played at Origami King, so
Origami King came out. Origami King was announced shortly after we had started Vine Realms, but before it came out.
Oh, okay. I don't play that trash. I'm sure it's
play
very
Battlefield
good.
2042 instead.
I play Battlefield 2042 instead. So these are the beautiful rocks that gave me a ton of headaches because of their LODs, and I think I have some screenshots. We might actually have video too.
I'm looking for video.
Where this kind of shows what was. It's hard to, I don't have a good screenshot of it. Where basically what happens is, because there are 3 different levels of detail for the rocks, is that it would bake one light map based off of like one set of details, and then it wouldn't properly apply to everything at different distances. So like when you'd get far away from rocks, they'd just turn like solid black. And it looked really, really bad.
And there is a system that exists to basically steal the light map from one mod and apply it to the other. But the issue with that is if you use that,
we can use it with batched.
Incompatible.
Wasn't it batched rendering?
Use it with batched, correct. So if you want batched rendering to work with static batching, which basically combines things together to save, pretty much Unity under the hood combines stuff that it can together to save on draw calls and other stuff. Completely incompatible. They break each other, and
which having batching for stuff like these rocks is really important for a level that's big like this, where you can see them from far away and stuff like that.
Yeah. So the amount of manual work it would have taken. Technically, we could make light maps for all 3 levels. It was just file size. I think that's where we were reaching absurd levels of garbage, where it was like stupid large when we tried doing that.
So I think what I ended up doing is we ditched some of the LODs or all of the LODs. I forget. Maybe we just ditched all of the LODs because they're pretty simple. Oh yeah, here. Wait, let me make you big.
This isn't the full LOD issue. This is a different shadowing issue, but it's linked.
Yeah, this is before it looked good. It looked like this. Yeah, we had issues with shadow culling.
Shadow distance.
Yeah,
because real-time lights.
Yeah, because exactly.
And
a lot of work goes into making things look like they should, basically. This looks the way that video looks like the fucking game that Vinny was playing with the beach map.
Yeah. At one point we were playing around with seeing if, or I was just dicking around with seeing if I could make it so you'd actually kind of get pulled up towards the black hole, or not black hole, the crack if you got too close to it. Did not end up working out very well. I actually did get a version that wasn't half bad. The issue became, this one I had the gravity turned down, but just get sucked out into space. But it kind of reveals all the secrets of the level design when you get pulled into the air, so not the most effective effect. I think it could have been cool if we had done that and then had the fade out, but nah.
I think we did talk about an alternative idea where there were just going to be a series of invisible platforms underneath the desert that were constantly moving up. Didn't we try that at one point?
We discussed it. Yeah, here we go. This one has the fade out. But then this would end up happening.
Getting sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a cool thing to have, but also game design wise, it really didn't serve. It would just piss people off. You'd like walk out and be like, "Oh wow, I'm getting fucking sucked hard out in the middle of this desert." But yeah,
I mean, plenty of people like games where you do that, but maybe not for charity.
I spent quite a while on the particle effect for this to try and figure out a way. The main inspiration for this and how it was done.
Here we go. I found it.
Oh, here, yeah.
Sorry. This is the light map issue.
Damn, it's dark as fuck.
So you'd get close to the rocks and they just go black.
Why was that video so dark?
I
guess I just
think
hadn't...
this area has post-exposure on to turn the exposure up.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
Post-processing. I think you underlit it, but you didn't want to deal with trying to tweak all the values, so we just used post-processing to pull it up.
Yeah, that sounds likely. Yeah, the main inspiration for this was there's like sort of a particle effect in Final Fantasy VII. Some of the cutscenes where it's like the live stream shit. And that was kind of like, I saw sort of how they did it, even though it was old CGI. And I think there was another game I kind of took inspiration for. But it's basically like these big cloud textures that like slowly get smeared over these large planes. I don't know, I have you covering the screen again. I don't know if there's a way... in editor, can you see just the particle rendering where it renders the outline of the billboards and stuff like that?
I can do...
I think you have to select it and you have to actually go into the particle.
Oh yeah, that's one way of doing it.
I'm not sure. I don't know. It's probably called Big Desert Suck or something. I don't know.
Particle effects, wind trails. Or actually, it's not showing me outlines of them because they are using...
Yeah, I think you have to turn it on in your... I don't think it's default visible in the editor settings. Also, you have
it is because
video in front.
Oh, can't believe you do.
Oh
that.
yeah,
the thing is, yeah, the sandstorm I can select, but wind trails I'm not getting any for them.
Oh, the wind trails are something different. That's why I think it's the way that particle system works. But yeah, I tried to balance it and optimize it so that it would, even on lower end machines without having to make a separate version of it, that it would still run okay for lower end machines and be, because I didn't want
that's what this script is here for. It just turns down how many spawn.
Oh yeah, we did have a script.
We ended up implementing that, yes.
Yeah, because to me it was like, if you disable particles completely, or if you like remove the majority of these particles, it kind of like...
If I shut the particles off, this is...
the place looks totally different, and it really breaks a lot of the like illusion, I guess.
So that's with them off, and then... So with them on versus off. Hello, player.
Also,
Unity,
these
I
are
don't- I
supposed to
don't
be
want
heat lamps in the desert, like you have for a lizard. If people didn't know that, that was the original idea. You can kind of see when you get low on the ground, you can see how the billboard is being done, and like it kind of breaks when you're standing right in the middle of one of the billboards. But there's not many. I mean, there are ways around that, but it would involve a lot more work and power. And
You
time.
keep getting stuck buffers, by the way.
Stuck buffers, like
Yeah,
I'm
like
chirping.
power
Or,
hour, or like power hour.
is that
Sounds
happening
like a
on
stuck buffer?
Is that happening on stream too, or is
That's
it
like
just
the,
happening?
That's
to
like
Narry?
the third or fourth time I've heard it.
It's probably because I have so much shit running and I didn't restart my computer.
Your audio interface sucks.
Bro, do you know I spent so much money on this interface. And I obviously did not spend enough, I guess. It's just the fucking drivers, and I can go in and maybe adjust my buffer.
No, it's fine.
Is
I
it happening a
wouldn't mess
lot?
with it. It's only once in a while. I was just mentioning it so you knew that it was happening at all.
My buffer is already pretty big.
Yeah, I wouldn't play with it right now and risk breaking everything.
Yeah, it'll be bad.
Oh, hey, look.
What is that? Oh, is that concept art for the Chad Temple or the anomaly?
Yep.
Jeff. I like how Jeff's just on there. All right. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So that's the desert. I don't know if there's that much else to say about the desert. It did take a lot of work to get it just right, but it was fleshed out pretty early on, at least to an extent. One of the symptoms of me having to resize the level is that there's a very visible seam between the two terrain segments that make up the map. Because of scaling them down, their texture coordinates don't match anymore, and I couldn't really figure out a way to fix that.
Here's soccer ball.
Oh yeah, and I was just showing something with you taking up most of the screen again. God damn it. Yeah, you can see these seams in the desert right here, where they don't line up how they should because they got scaled down after they were made, because Unity's terrain system is really temperamental with certain things, and like after you create things, it doesn't like you changing anything about them. Oh, I forgot about that chat picture. That turned into that one room. All right. Oh yeah, that's the very early desert. Slightly less convincing as a planet, although getting there. You can see the initial idea is still kind of pretty much intact. That one was pretty far ahead. Oh, and you can see one of the placeholder in most of my maps. I'd go through and I'd put like prototype exclamation points or question marks to highlight in the Unity hierarchy where like an NPC was supposed to be, or a point of interest, or something like that.
Where
okay.
to next?
I'm making you small. I'm going to Joel's hole.
I have the God, that place is.
Yeah, so there's quite a story behind this place. I don't know if I have give me 1 second and I'll look. I might have a screenshot. Yeah, here's the ball. Again, more lore tied in with like the actual event magazine and event itself and stuff like that. Which the baseball looks really cool, and I like that the desert bus is rammed into the sand over here in the impact crater. And I actually did, like, this is properly lined up for the most part of where it would land, given the position of the hole. All right, let's drop in here. Oh my gosh. So this place was a bit of a nightmare because I left it pretty late. Yeah, so let me get in that hole a little bit. Caves are always problems. This one looks really weird compared to the cave in the previous game, but
yeah, I mean, I have the overhead view up. It's absolute nonsense.
Yeah, I didn't at that point. So what happened? Let me see.
I have some of the.
I don't know if you have the image I'm thinking of. I don't know if I have the image I'm thinking of. Because I'm trying to remember if I actually took a screenshot of it. So what happened? So it was always planned that like Desert and Joel were gonna be together on this planet, and I think our original concept idea was something like the friends were gonna be all gonna be like Borg, and they were gonna be like cyborg friends that Joel had made, and they were gonna be like powering their Borg empire off of like the internal, like the lava, and probably steam would be a factor in there, but so the idea was always there, and it was going to be, okay, you'll go to the desert, and then there will be some sort of cave or hole where you go towards the bottom, and you can actually see that in the magazine art. There's like stones and lava at the bottom underneath the desert. So when I started this, I made it very similar to how I made the like forest in Vine Realms, where I took like basically a Unity terrain and I made like a bit of a maze out of it, and I was like, okay, this is how it's going to be laid out. And then here are the points of interest and stuff like that. And I did that part of it pretty early on, but it was like there was nothing in it. It was just a terrain with some shit painted over it. And then do I have a screenshot of it? I might have never taken one. Is this it? No, that's not it. Shit, that's something else. God damn it. Let's cut content. Come on, I gotta have at least one screenshot of that bullshit. What is this? Oh, that's not it. I guess I never took a picture of it. Oh wait, is this it? No, that's something else. Oh, this is what, if you're interested, this is what the desert looked like when I first started redoing it. It was when it was just a terrain based off of like kind of the layout we had established, and I had a palette of like things that could go in the desert to decorate it. And you can see in this picture, sort of, it's kind of low resolution, you can see the little question marks and exclamation points where like things are supposed to be on the terrain. So yeah, that's like, that's a long way from there to the finished thing. So anyways, Joel's thing basically was this maze that was not very interesting, that had nothing in it, and I had been neglecting it because I'd been spending time working on all the other maps. And then when I finally came back to it, I was like looking at what we had for the points of interest and like some of the ideas and stuff, and I was like, I don't have assets for this. I don't know how to use the assets I have to like make it, and I don't know and nobody really here has time to like make a bunch of new assets for this area. And that's when I got the idea of just literally copying map data from another game, but having it work. And actually, you'd be surprised. It was a lot more work to get a proper working model of that map into this game and have it look right and have it like have proper.
The amount of occlusion culling bugs we had with that thing.
Yeah. I mean, there's still some in the game, and we just said, fuck it. It's part of the theme, you know, because it's the sky's blue screen and whatever. But in the end, like, I think it worked out thematically very well. And this is very much, this whole area is a callback to the cave in the first game, obviously. Except these don't animate, and I couldn't figure out why. And, yeah. I'm gonna have to turn
because they were using legacy animation.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm gonna have to.
You don't want to hear the doots?
No, I don't. I don't know why the ambient sound is still playing in here though.
Because bad at programming.
Yeah, I'm like double hitting the trigger or something like that. Yeah, so. I eventually found a model. I used a tool originally that was able to convert WADs into Unity scenes dynamically. That was really cool. But the thing is it was like a runtime thing, and I didn't have any control of the, like, it was basically making this entire level up out of like 2,000 pieces of like squares for every like texture and wall and like ground and stuff like that, and it was like really not reasonable to work with at all. And so eventually I found one that was more of just like a static object, and I was able to edit it in Blender a little bit to do a few things that we needed it to do. And then after that, the main issues were getting the lighting, the unlit stuff to work, which I eventually got. We had culling issues that we basically just gave up on, which is why you can see that. And it was like, whatever. It was kind of like the cave in the first game where like I got frustrated with like shit not baking properly or looking fucked up. And so I just would put corruption textures on it. Like the blue screen skybox was just like, whatever, if we can't get this to work. Because originally I was just going to use the normal Doom skybox, but yeah, I don't know why the ambient sound's still playing. That's weird. I guess I fucked up that trigger at some point. So getting these friends to do their little patrols and run around.
Oh,
also
God.
took,
I have a picture of them.
Yeah, dude.
Somewhere.
I'm sure. I think even at launch they weren't working right, and somewhat. Look, yeah, there's some that still do it.
Yes.
Look at these assholes. It's fucking coordinates, man. How do they work? I still don't know why some of them do that, and like it would happen once they reach a certain point in their loop too, and then they'd go back to normal. Yeah, I just
kept looking. I dug through the code. It made no sense. I could not find
what
why
did we use for this. It was it's the spline thing that we also used for the normal NPCs.
Yes.
Get rid of your pictures. I can't see the editor.
Trying to remember what the name of the tool actually was. Simple waypoint system. Which just kind of a spline tool with built-in waypoint creation and paths, and it has spline moves and then nav mesh, except for whatever reason they want to go sideways no matter how many times I fight with the code.
Yeah, so for this also we actually used a special material setup.
You'll notice you can see the angle of the up vector is set correctly, yet at complete random
they just want to fleep. So for the way to speed this up too, Meatball made a What is it? What would you call it? It's not a lookup.
It's a shader. It's
yeah, it's a shader that basically could take. You
it's a
explain
card
it.
shader. So you have an atlas of basically a bunch of texture sheets of the characters. So it's just basically you put them all on a character sheet, and then the shader causes them to bounce around up and down, and it just chooses few different ways to randomize which one it picks.
Your mic's cutting out a little bit. Might want to check that cable.
Weird. I'm probably just talking quietly at this point, and my
it might be.
needs to be tuned.
Yeah,
no, it's just a shade. It's just an atlas shader that literally just takes a texture atlas and they bounce up and down. It's just a vertex shader. Very honestly straightforward.
Yeah, it was simple, but it saved a lot of time.
Yes.
Yeah, so all the friends were community submitted, but we only used like I think maybe half of them. We got so many.
There were so many.
There was so much stuff, and I went through all of it. I was the arbiter of good taste in this case. I think I showed them to everybody, and like people picked ones they really liked too. But yeah, so this whole area ended up. It was still a lot of work to get everything working right, but it was very much a time save. You can see my cool Blender editing here to like make a secret, like because doors wouldn't work, like the actual like Doom like secrets that you'd open normally. So I just like edited the shit in fucking Blender to make it so you could get in. The friends aren't technically individual. It's one object with several subcomponents. And yeah, the occlusion culling's super fucked up in this area, which is kind of funny. But whatever. All right, let's get out of here. There's not that much else. Unfortunately, like, even though maybe it doesn't seem like that if you're playing for the first time, this whole area did kind of get neglected a little bit and left to the last minute, and that was mostly my fault. I do think it ended up working out well as a section for Joel though. But it was yeah, it definitely could have gone smoother, I guess. Let's see. I'll run through Oxidar pretty quick. There isn't that much interesting to show there, and then we can go to Wildwood and talk about the joys of Wildwood. I can turn the music back on. I should, because it's my music. Yeah, the Oxidar tracks, both of them were music. One of them I made more specifically for the game, the one that's on the exterior here. But the one inside of the city is a song. It's an instrumental version of a song that I made 5 or 6 years ago. And yeah, a lot of people really like it, which is funny because no one listened to it when I first put it out. But I guess 20,000 people weren't forced to listen to it. So the idea originally for High Oxidar 2 was we were gonna have multiple. There was going to be the exterior and the city, and there were going to be multiple locations in the exterior. And originally, you can kind of see it. I think I have screenshots here. I love this song, though. This is like this is my favorite song that I did for the game. Even though it's way too long.
Moment.
Yeah, you're good.
I might have to be right back.
Oh, that's fine. I'm looking for a certain screenshot here. Uh-oh, Narry has disappeared. Well, now we can get him out of our fucking corner. Narry's been demoted from corner to non-existent. Let's see. So originally, okay, yeah, here it is. This was like the initial really rough layout that didn't have like all the final assets and stuff like that. And there was gonna be an ocean, actually. There was gonna be like a chemical, like an acid ocean type place that was someplace, a separate area. You'd go in the city and then come out a different portal, and you'd be on like this coastline area, and you'd let me just close this really quick. I guess Narry can rejoin the call. But that was kind of cut for time, and also just like this was another area that like I ended up having to kind of like crank out pretty fast, because I did the initial stuff for it, but then got wrapped up with other things and had to come back to it later to kind of like finalize it. So High Oxidar, so I mentioned there were two very major asset flip levels, and that was the beach, and then the other one is High Oxidar. Not all of this, but like a big segment of this is part of the demo scene that comes with this asset. There's a few different asset packs in here, but like a lot of stuff was added to it to make it more original, like all the crystal stuff, like a lot of the vegetation, the lighting, it being in like this fake dome with like the fake pixelated skybox and stuff like that. Like again, it's about taking like assets and making them more unique specifically for our purpose. I think Narry's back.
I'm alive, yes.
Okay.
Now,
if you need to go for a bit, that's fine. Just let me know.
no, it's fine. Can do at the moment.
Yeah, this guy's got a fucking TV on his head. Is he playing Smash?
Yes,
But yeah,
that
this
doesn't-
area, the main reason why it was a heavy asset flip was because knew I was spending more time on the outside, and the interior area, there's still like some issues with the lighting in here. But the interior area was always going to be a pretty small area, so it was one of those things where it was like, you know, we're going to spend time on it, but like I'd like to spend as little time as possible, so that's where using you know, some of the like the demo stuff. But again, a lot was added and a lot was changed. Like all the lighting's completely different, a bunch of stuff was added. Like a lot of the buildings were added. And this is a modular asset set, but you know, modular asset sets, you still gotta like stick them together. Where are these assets from? The Unity store. I probably searched like, I forget what it's like, Cyberpunk City or Future City or something like that.
Future City something. Oh, I have the light map explosion.
Oh, let me pop you out. I don't see your screen, by the way.
Don't?
Nope.
Says
I see. What? I don't see it.
Now.
Oh my god, I forgot about this picture. Fuck me. Okay. Let me turn down the music really quick. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, so we had some issues with the light mapping with the materials in this. At first, as you can see. It kind of looked cool, but...
Bit broken.
But yeah, this was one of those things that like when we were thinking about how to build out the areas of the game. So this is originally where the
Screen's covered.
oh fuck, god damn it. This is the this door here is the original place where there was supposed to be a teleport down to the beach area outside, and then that ended up getting removed. Along with, we're gonna have the frogs from the first game that are at the spa. We're gonna be characters here, and we ended up removing them because we didn't do the beach. But then Kermit ended up staying, even though the other frogs got nuked. But yeah, in general, like this whole area, like we knew we were gonna have like how did I say it? For the last game, one of the things was like how do we maximize the amount of content in the game with like minimal effort. I mean it still was a ton of effort, but yeah, this zone is basically padding to make the game, you know, the sequel is twice the size as the original. Like that's, but at the same time, like even though it's
Twice
small,
the padding.
just twice the padding. Yeah, the whole game's padding. Even though the area is small, like it's cool, and there's a lot of story stuff here too. Like you meet Ziggy and Miku here before you see them at their concert, and they talk about the concert. V-Dub's here, and like there's the Chatspiracy theorist who like wasn't a character until someone submitted it as a chat character, I believe. And then we were like, oh yeah, this should be part of the lore of like this is a self-aware chat that came from the anomaly and doesn't know they came from there, but they know that like the rest of chat talks weird and says Narry copy pastas over and over.
The one good chat member.
There's more. The ones on Pacifica are untainted because they've been there for many, many years. Well, there's some that are still messed up, like Quack Yacht. But yeah, this whole area, and then there's Robin's extremely high resolution robot. You would not believe the amount of you think I'm a manager that bullies people to get things done. You would not believe how much flack I got from Sin City Assassin and Robin about making sure all the robot shit in the game was correct. Which, to be fair, it was important because they are characters and like there is a lot of like lore there and stuff like that. But there was a point in time where I was just like trying to get shit done.
Oh my God,
and it's like I've noticed that the robot is the incorrect robot is at the in the anomaly. It's supposed to be this robot and the voice is not correct. And it's like I'm just like, okay. But in the end, even though I was frustrated by it at the time, in the end that's the kind of stuff that like makes a lot of the polish happen, because if only
they'd done it for all of the other characters too.
I mean, I think they did. I think the writing in general is so much stronger in this game, and it's because of people cared about making the world you know, an actual thing. But yeah, there were many times where excuse me, but this robot's text hasn't been updated yet, and it's like, oh boy, I'll update that text for you. But yeah, I think the concept for this place was done. I mean, the concept for almost every area in this game was pretty fleshed out pretty early on. We knew we were gonna have a crystal world that was like crystal and rust, and that was gonna be Gearmatic and Great Zot because it tied into like, you know, I guess Gear's love of crystals and Zot's metal detecting. But like the idea of like the city and the sphere and stuff like that, like it was just ways to make another weird desert area more interesting and more unique. I mentioned this is in Base's stream, but I compressed it down, but this texture on the non-sandy parts of the desert out here is actually a photograph, a very high resolution photograph from Mars that someone turned into in like an actual material with normal maps and stuff like that we used. And I think originally the one texture was like several hundred megabytes or something like that and had to be reduced quite a bit.
I believe it was a 16K texture, yes. Yeah,
it was like a 16K texture with like normal displacement and like all that bullshit. It was nice. It was cool. Cost me $2, but I think it was worth those $2. I do think so the budget wise, I do believe I spent quite a bit more on this game than I did on Vine Realms. Also, I think I mentioned this in our original making of, but like I bought a lot of stuff to make these games with my own money, but it was never like I'm going to get reimbursed by the charity or like they're going to pay for it or something like that. It was always like considered a donation to the event. From my side of things, like any money I spent on the game was me donating to, you know, the organization essentially. So it wasn't like any money that anybody donated, none of it went to any of these games or anything like that. It all goes to the, you know, the charities and stuff like that. But I think I ended up spending maybe $500 or $600 on this game, something like that. I don't really know. It was definitely more than, but it's still, I mean, as far as budget for a video game goes, that's, you know, pretty good. Man, if you could,
wow, that is a pretty good budget.
If you could release every indie game for $500 or $600 at this quality level. I mean, the thing that helped a lot was all the free labor from the 22 people that, or 20 something people that helped with this game.
Wow, just like real game development.
They actually pay you minimum wage for that sometimes.
They salary you on minimum wage and then force you to work.
I love celery. So this whole area, yeah, it's just a big box. And this was a place too that like, I think if I had been able to spend more time on it, it could have been a little cooler.
There was going to be a second area off to the side, a little beach.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I showed the screenshot.
Oh, yeah, it created the worst bug in the game.
What? Was there a bug tied to it?
Yeah, do you remember how there was a single...
I don't remember anything.
There was a single rock off to the side that was having a light probe picked up from over 100 meters away. Yeah. So it was causing the game to run at 20 FPS, and it required digging on the Unity forums to figure out what the hell was going on.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
You didn't delete the old areas.
Oh, that's true. That was part of it, but other than that,
because there were no light probes.
Yeah, there were no light.
It's just a light probe thing. There were no light probes over there, so it was trying to interpolate from light probes so far away. Bad things happen.
These are some nice rock assets that I stretched way too big, and they look really bad up close. But you know, they look good far away. All right, let's get out of this shithole. Yeah, again, just like with Vine Realms, most of my levels are kind of filler, and all the cool stuff is the stuff people were able to just focus on. But again, without that filler, I mean, imagine this game if it was like, I mean, it would still be cool if it was just the hub, Wildwood, and like a couple, and the Anomaly, like a couple other places. Same with Vine Realms, it would have been like 3 areas. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this area came out, between like the music, the particle effects, even though it caused some headaches and it wasn't really quite as fleshed out as other areas, I think it's a good mood atmosphere. Makes you feel like you're really in a space. All right, let's shall we head to Wildwood now? If you're talking, Narry, I can't hear you, by the way.
I wasn't talking.
Okay, that's good to know. Fun thing, we had a major issue with like gigantic light maps in the hub when I was baking them. Let me see if I have the picture here. I think it's at the very top here, or it was. Give me 1 second. Looking for a thing. Yo, where the fuck that light map at?
While you're doing that, I mean, I could pull it.
Pull up. Yeah, pull up whatever you want. Oh, here's a cool. We had some cool screenshots where we made we looked at some of the levels and like different camera projections and stuff like that. Imagine like a side scroller kind of game with that chat anomaly. Would've been cool. I just removed a source that I don't know what I think I might have just deleted Narry. No, I deleted something else. That's fine. We're fine. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is the light map for the hub, or was in progress. And so one of the parts of when you do a light map is it has to like unwrap all the different like UVs of everything, like the coordinates of all the stuff, and then it has to fit it all into whatever size texture you determine. And so like we're using fairly big textures for our light maps, but you can see there's this giant fucking triangle in the corner here, and I was doing the light map for the hub, and I couldn't figure out, like, this huge thing was taking up so much space, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And then it turned out that, and this is the joys of doing technical lighting stuff in engines, one of these two spotlight things was set to contribute to the light map. And these things are actually gigantic, even though they're like transparent. They go like out the top of the level and through the bottom of the level. So there was just, yeah, a light was getting put into the light map. A light cone. Very, very fun. All right, yeah, let's do Wildwood. Or if 2 areas are still locked for you, you gotta get more emotes, dog.
Just to use the Pagona ball to bounce and land inside the room.
Yeah, you could just out of bounds it. That's
whenever you want. I have plenty of Wildwood content.
Yeah, why don't you start?
There's so much.
Why don't you? So I will say, to start out with, Wildwood was always pretty much planned from the beginning, and Meatball really wanted to do it because a Meatball has special attachments to Wildwood, I guess. And so who's obviously the best person for the job. And we always knew pretty early on it was going to be a big area with a lot of stuff, and there was going to be a lot of like revisiting like all the characters and stuff like that, and it was kind of be at the end of the game, like this celebration place. But yeah, Nary, you explain what you're showing.
So Houdini Wizard Meatball, like the roller coaster, just all procedurally generated. Yeah, the Houdini Wizard. Houdini Wizard. And on that topic, the card Houdini, they also the cardboard characters were actually also all auto-generated from the images, because Houdini Wizard, once again.
Yeah, in the first game, we used a template and then just arranged.
Sphinx did them all almost all of them by hand.
Yeah, I did almost all of them by hand. It was, again, a day of work doing only that. But
yeah, this was before geometry nodes.
But one of the things is, like, this was like one of the first things Meatball did too, and it was one of the first things we knew we needed, because we knew we were going to have more characters. And right away, I was like, I don't want to do that again, pretty much.
Yeah, it could do holes and everything. We didn't really end up using the transparency for holes, but at one point in time, I mean, there was one of the ideas that I was floating around, which didn't happen because nobody else cared about it, was cardboard homeworld. So we played around with making like a few cardboard trees and stuff like that.
We have concept art of a place that was like a craft world that was supposed to be where all the characters came from originally, and it was going to be like clay and cardboard and paper and stuff like Yoshi game, but that kind of got scrapped.
Yeah.
Too many custom assets for that.
Yes. All right, so there's that. What else? So there is so much, and a lot of this is in the game. Outer Wildwood There's a lot of art that they did for it, that Meatball made for this area. Incredibly planned out, incredibly
Meatball
well
went
made.
mental.
Things based on real parts of Wildwood.
Yeah, there are a bunch of photos and screenshots of like what certain things are based off of.
They've shared, I believe they shared a lot of these on, they shared them somewhere. I know a chunk of these are in the dev room. Manual Blast is based off of Great White. Crazy Bus is actually a real thing. That wasn't a joke that they completely made up, which was the funniest part to me. That was actually like a real ride. And the biggest secret that I didn't even know until today, Zip Zoom Flume is actually Scoot.
Yeah, you can kind of see it if you're on the Ferris wheel. That's like the only.
I never noticed it.
Or the observation tower, but yeah, otherwise it's just like, oh, there's just some stuff there.
I never noticed it for as long as I spent in this scene because, there is a story there about optimizing this scene. As we talked about in terms of getting stuff out the door, there was a lot of last minute stuff. Meatball pretty much did a finalized art pass and they had to leave for a personal thing, so they were completely away from their computer. All of that. It was done in Maya, and the Maya project wasn't uploaded, and at that point in time, that version wasn't. And Dragon loads it up and says, "Hey, this area is running at like 20 FPS." I load it up, and on my 3080 and 5900X, it's running at 40 FPS, and I'm like, "What the fuck happened?" So I go in, and I discover something horrifying. What I discover is, so as Sphinx said earlier, again, these people, amazing artists.
These people
Yes,
are wonderful
these people,
dev
all of
partners.
Our wonderful dev partner. These people are our benefactors. Really, genuinely amazing artists. But a lot of them had experience, for example, with CG and stuff like that, and not necessarily experience with 3D for games and game engines. So what I stumbled across was I opened the project up because at this point I was doing so many things at once. I loaded it up and I discovered that I learned that what they had done was they'd committed the final art pass. So anyone that knows anything about how this stuff works probably can look at these numbers right here and see 22,000 batches at 12.7 million tries, with 20,000 set pass calls and 2,600 shadowcasters, and cry. Yes. So essentially what had ended up happening was they dropped in the final art pass, and again, they had to leave for personal stuff, but pretty much everything was an individual mesh.
Yeah, everything.
Individual.
If you opened up
individual
the
game object.
If you open up the hierarchy for Wildwood,
Yep.
not only like even just like lighting, right? Compared to other zones, I think there's like 175 lights in this scene or something.
There we go. Yeah, there's everything selected at once.
Yeah,
but
it was a technical like we knew early on. The thing is like early versions we had imported without all the decorations and items and stuff like ran great, and we were like, yeah, it's big and there might be some weird occlusion stuff, but it'll be fine. But
but then
a lot of stuff, like if you go into Lime's Candy Shop here, every
Yes,
individual cookie and box and stuff like that was a separate object in the hierarchy. And because of
so you can actually see, here we go. Here's all of the original ones that are disabled.
which
and
even though like me and Narry kind of knew that maybe there might be we didn't think neither of us thought to like
think of it.
try and think of a workflow or test it out ahead of time. But the other issue, like when we were talking about the occlusion culling stuff in the temple, right? Or the anomaly, I keep calling it the temple.
Yep.
There's a ton of walls and barriers and stuff like that. This place, if you go out on the pier, you can see every store and you can see inside of every store and you can see, and the default occlusion culling just could not, like, couldn't
it's not
deal
gonna
with
work
it.
with the layout.
Yeah.
The layout alone is not friendly. So even though we didn't do it anywhere else, I pretty much took, I think I was up for, this was the period I was up for 36 hours, I believe, at this point. Maybe I got like a 1 hour nap in there.
The last few days.
The
final few days before launch, you and I took turns like staying up 24 hours straight working on stuff. I was going through and doing lights in here, and I was turning off shadow casters. Because by default, every object was casting shadows.
All right, yeah.
So it was part of the calculations that like every object, it was checking for shadows and lighting and stuff.
Yeah, so that was the before, the 22,000 78 milliseconds. That is, I believe, like 20 FPS. Here's the after. It's not great, but it was sufficient. And this is not the full after. This is the in editor, no static batching, everything after. 5,000 batches, 3.4 million tries. Still a lot of shadow casters, but part of that is because of one of the most important things in this scene for the way it looks is there is a real-time light that casts the shadow from the Ferris wheel, which is very, very important just to the overall appearance of the scene. And it goes away on the lower settings, but yeah. Now that 36 milliseconds is not what it actually runs at in game. That was just kind of the editor thing. But I also pretty much had to go in, implement distance-based culling at the very end. So I was pretty much going through. You'll notice some of these are on like layer 150 meters, 75 meters, 100 meters, 150. I pretty much had to go through and basically run around the scene, determine, all right, what can I start hiding at what distance? So because this is not the actual game camera, it's not going to do it. But for example, in here, these little things up here, those are actually on default. Those should not be 100 meters. Those won't de-render, but like these little spinies, they de-render at 100 meters away. So I was pretty much just, what I had to do is I just went through and did a massive optimization pass, because other stuff as well, like all of these posters,
the t-shirts and
the t-shirt display, everything else. Again, if I had access to the Maya file and had Maya, I could have merged it in Maya, just re-exported it, and we would have been fine. But it just didn't work out that way, so I was doing it the hard way using Meshbaker and Unity. And because these also use a special shader that use vertex colors for the randomization, it was a whole thing.
Yeah, it was one of those things where, and I do think Meatball genuinely felt kind of bad, because I don't think, again, none of us really, we knew that maybe something would happen, but you guys have to realize that it was basically like the week before we were going to launch, and it went from being a mostly like it had the sign and if you show a picture, it was mostly gray boxes everywhere with like placeholder text and stuff like that. And then in the span of a few hours after doing a big upload, the entire place suddenly looked like Wildwood. And then it ran really slow. But it was also like, I honestly, I had some frame rate stutter there for a second. I honestly think
First day Wildwood.
I have no idea if Meatball would do it differently, but I would have rather had him do what he did and work till the very end, trying to stick as much cool stuff in it as possible. And then, like, me and Narry, unfortunately, if we had known sooner, we could have dealt with it sooner. But we did have to crunch on it a bunch. But
a huge part of it literally is if Meatball hadn't had to have left for that personal thing.
Yeah, it would have been.
They could have just gone in, hit Control J, selected all of like that stuff, Control J.
I still think we would have had to mess with the occlusion culling.
Yeah, we
some
would
other
have had to do
stuff.
the distance culling, but it would have saved a hell of a lot of time. But that was just the way things worked out. It went from
I think
gray box to fully detailed very quickly.
There was really only, I think, one stall that didn't. I see that dock flying around. I bet that it's probably dark. It's some script kitty. This was the only one that, and then we kind of turned it into a joke. And there was at one point, I don't think Meatball's here. I made kind of a mean joke by changing the dialogue about this place not getting finished. But we changed it back, and I honestly still feel bad about that, even though.
Well, it was a completely empty gray box.
I was pretty frustrated at the time, for multiple reasons.
That was partially my fault as well. I thought, we should do. Yeah, I made him do it. I was like, you know what we could do? It's an empty room. Just make a little joke about how the devs forgot about me. But we went and changed it after. I changed it without saying anything to Meatball, which was rude. So I'm a little bit of an asshole sometimes. So I apologize. I think the funny part is we attempted to fix it and then it was still bugged.
Oh yeah.
So there's multiple lines of dialogue on this character here about being forgotten. The final version, they're much better. But being forgotten, we gave them the teapot and everything, or Meatball went back in, gave them the teapot and the cubes and everything afterwards. But we actually tried to patch it to fix some of the issues, like change the dialogue, and then it was still screwed up. Who pushed him off? Yeah, no, we the optimization on this should have happened earlier, but again, it was just so many things that came together.
Yeah, we were working on so much other stuff, and we were just like, at some point, all the art is going to be finalized for Wildwood. And I don't think we really thought about what that entailed for such a huge area. And I spent a lot of time on the lights here because, again, it was like, excuse me, it's like 100 something, 175, 125 lights, which is like probably 10 times more than, well, not 10 times more. It's like probably 5 times more than like the most lights we had in any scene in Vine Realms. Nary's scrolling through all of them right now. And you can see I even marked them with special icons based on which ones were going to be dynamic, which ones were baked, which ones were mixed, which ones had to contribute to the light map, which ones shouldn't contribute to the light map, and just like all sorts of things to consider to get it to not only look good but to perform well, because you can't just make every light a dynamic light, but you still want to have like dynamic shadows for certain things, and you want, stuff to
the mini games function perfectly and never had a bug.
A lot of work went into this area, and I think it ended up being totally worth it. Also, I think definitely the most NPCs in any area in the game, because we brought back so many NPCs as kind of like a lore thing, where it's like, you get to catch up with all these different characters you saw in different places in the game. In the end, like I'm really happy with how it turned out, and I think most people like it. It is a little bit unfortunate that it's gated to being the last thing you see in the game technically, but at the same time, it's also like it's not that hard to get that many emotes. All the lights yeah, and the thing is too is that even with the lights set up the way that they are, everyone still needs to have the bakery component attached to it, and the bakery component has to be like tweaked to get the light map looking good. So even with them being set up right and like ready to go at the start, like they still need to be like have a whole pass gone over. Also, if you're trying to grind coins in this game, this one's worth 500 and you can just go back in and out and keep getting it, although you should turn off the cutscene thing. Yeah, ultimately, like I'm sure Meatball, you're proud of this area because you put so much. Meatball and both Amoral and Meatball like knew their idea right from the beginning pretty much and just like worked nonstop on it from start to finish, and I think it really shows. Whereas like mine, I'd like half do it and then have someone else finish it. Yeah, I think Kiera made the bar area here, which this was actually a light mapping nightmare for a while because of these models. And it took me a while to realize these models, like the outsides and like underneath the floor, like there was a lot of stuff that was baking that shouldn't have baked. And there was an entire huge asset pack we had of this like low poly sci-fi stuff that got used all over the game that had the wrong import settings for their UVs for light mapping, and so none of them would work right. And it took me a while to figure out what was actually causing them to bake wrong, and then I had to go through basically every model that was used in these areas and like change their import settings so that they'd work correctly. And the music here is from my Casio. We use Casio demo music for here and for more Shoe Shop. And it's funny because, so I guess the Super Earthworm song, which I learned about after this game. I did not know that Joel used that exact Casio demo song for the Super Earthworm thing. But that's like one of those amazing happy coincidences that like seems like it was planned, but wasn't at all. Did the tram just teleport?
Yeah, it does that sometimes when it syncs up.
Oh, yeah.
It's not supposed to, but I didn't figure out why it's supposed to wait until it receives the message and then do a nice interpolation, but it doesn't.
Where's that doc? Where's that hacker doc? Come here, you little piece of shit.
Figure out who they are and IP ban them.
Yeah, they're ruining the fun of the game for everyone else, obviously. Oh, this thing's back. Yeah, we put this little weird physics object, the physics Greeble, in here. That slowly just goes through the level. Yeah, and then the casino was thrown together pretty last minute too. Like we had planned to have it, but we didn't really get a chance to do it. And this is a big another
count how many times the words last minute have been used on this.
This is another gussied up asset flit because this entire like casino room is just a asset I bought that was like way too high res, and I had to go through and like change a bunch of shit in it. But then it has all these like the custom slot machines and like a bunch of other stuff, and like the carpet texture is something custom made, and like I don't think like you can kind of tell that maybe it doesn't fit with the rest of the game, but at the same time I don't think that would be your first thought when
this robot has the wrong voice
when you saw it. Don't tell Sin. But yeah, I think who did Amoral? Did you make the I wouldn't Meatball, I wouldn't even call it that much of a mistake. I think is worth it. Like I said, I'd rather have you go mental and like try and make too much happen than like feeling like you should restrain it or whatever. And you worked on it hard. And if we had another 6 months to like teach everybody how to use Unity properly, like it would be a different story, because then like the approach to the level design and the implementation of some of this stuff would have been something that like, I mean, there were things like I said, me and Narry didn't even consider the impact of all those assets coming in, and Same with like, optimization of the anomaly, like figuring out the occlusion culling stuff and like, how to do the light probes in such a complicated zone and stuff like that. Like, I think all of us, even though some of us had more experience from the year before, because of Vine Realms, like it was still a lot of learning for us, and it was mainly just like learning how to make the game even better than before in pretty much every way. Not only content, but just like visual appearance and polish.
Can't go up this step.
And stuff like that. So I don't want anyone to have any, even though I still feel bad for that dialogue change. I don't want anyone to feel like bad that like me and Narry got stressed or had to do extra work or something like that. That's part of making the game. We do it as a team. Oh my god, look at this occlusion culling. Never mind, screw Narry. I'm firing him. I guess I would have to be paying you first for that to happen, but yeah, this was great, and this was a way for us to put all our guest streamers in an area too, without making like trying to fit them in other locations. Like it made sense to put everyone here. Originally, I've talked about it before. I don't know how many people know, but originally also Germa and Kriken were going to be guest streamers, but because we pushed the event back a month, it overlapped with the Dollhouse stream, so they had to drop out, unfortunately. And because originally I think we had some plans for references for some of their stuff too. And yeah, I think you guys saw in the dev room yesterday, some of you saw it, our that picture of all the NPCs together in like all their different zones, and this is our picture of all the NPCs in this game, which like if you remember the picture from the first game, it's like maybe a quarter of this. And I mean, I guess we did reuse a lot of those NPCs, but yeah, it was like a huge, we made big chat really big. We should have used giant chat as a giant chat member somewhere at some point, but yeah, it was definitely like a huge jump in the amount of content. And again, that was kind of one of those things where it was like, where can we go crazy with content? And like, what fits our skill set and what can we do in the amount of time that we have. And like with the tool that Meatball made and like the submissions from the community and like other stuff, it made it pretty easy for us to just be like, okay, well, we can have more NPCs, we can have more locations, because we have more people working in Unity, and that's a real person. I thought that was one of the scripted people for a second. So yeah, I think this is a really cool way to end the game too. Also, just like story-wise, like some of the different stuff like that's revisited. Like this from Vine Realms, and even though
Holy
it looks
shit, V-Dub is a
slightly
ghost.
different.
Come over here.
What?
Here, let me.
I can't see where you
are. Right. So Outer Wildwood.
I just saw
sign,
someone
right next
fly
to
into the
Mr.
sky.
Bones. Jumping next to Mr. I'm adventurer.
Next to Mr. Bones.
Yeah.
Underneath?
No. Like the endless fun sign. Just look for the right outside the cantina.
Where am I? Oh.
Get your own can. All right, come down here.
Wait, where'd you go?
Have V-Dub and just jump off. So you have V-Dub and A-Dub. Now walk around the stairs and look through the stairs.
Holy shit, they disappeared.
They're
X-Files
ghosts.
music. Yeah, that's the occlusion culling being slightly
Whoopsies.
inaccurate. I mean, whatever. Nobody noticed. Nobody noticed. Nobody in chat say anything.
Literally so many things. I have noticed so many little things going through this again that nobody mentioned or.
I mean, it's nowhere near as bad as going back and playing Blind Realms now. That was
yes,
like, oh my gosh. I was like, oh, we made this piece of trash. What the hell?
Yes, no. Even though that was 2 years and this was 1 year, just literally the movement alone, I think makes Fine Realms chilling.
Oh yeah, there is a thing that got added, I think.
Yes, there is a secret.
Do you have to clip your camera into it?
No, you can walk through it. There's a hidden door. Oh, there's also some fun occlusion calling with that thing. Other side.
Y'all lying to me.
You can figure it out.
I can't figure this out.
Are you on the wrong version of the game?
I'm on.
Oh, wait. It never got shipped. Right, it's in the build. I have it in editor, but it never actually got published.
We did, I think, make a couple of changes that we never did a final update for. Oops.
Here I can.
Is it in
look
editor?
At my screen. Yes, it is in editor. So look at my screen, and
that's what happens when your director gets burnt out. Yeah, isn't it the orange? Oh yeah, you can just go right in. Secret fucking content, exclusive content that no one will ever be able to see, only on this stream,
unless I make a build,
or you're a dev, or Narry releases the gun build. There was a point in time too when we're right after launch where I was considering doing another mini game map too, and then I was just like, you know what, I'd rather sleep for the next century. And then the Collab Club. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Oh, goodbye.
See those lasers at least.
Bounce on him. Maybe I should have capped that.
Nah, it's cool. There it is. Wow, I went really fucking high. Jesus. I don't think I'm going to make it. Look at that awesome particle work. I was so proud of my particles too, talking about them earlier. And those ones get so fucked up from far away. Ah, shit. What's the plane? Overspeed. Yeah, I was gonna go in the Collab Club really quick. This we basically copy and pasted this and added the dumpies, and that was pretty much it. I think we did have to do a few. I did have to do a few things to get it to look right with the way we changed the lighting and stuff like that. But yeah, this was us reusing content. Fortunately, we didn't. I mean, we reused maybe like I think 15 or 20 characters, something like that, which wasn't that many compared to how many new ones there were. And in terms of like reused assets, I mean, there were some assets that were similar that got reused again, but I think the Collab Club's like
nice. The Collab Club
and the
this mysterious cave.
Oh yeah, the alien ship was basically reused, and then the pizza place was the redone version of it. So Jackal didn't actually work with us on the project this year, like the previous year, but she did give us a bunch of assets and stuff to use for a new version of the pizza place and like the bovins and stuff like that. So she wasn't doing stuff in Unity with us, but she was doing stuff in Unity and then sending us the stuff, and we just added the scene.
There is a missing seat.
Best room in the game.
It is the censored version of it.
And this was music. I mean, if you want to call this a song, this was like a loop I made in VCV Rack randomly one day, and I was like, wow, that sounds really nice. And I don't even remember how I made it. And then the version out at the Outer Wilds reference, bass added a melody to it. And yeah, and then the arcade. I mean, most people have seen this, but a redone version of the arcade, and there's like a special little room with a bunch of
And there's a bunch of VHS tapes missing.
The front texture's still broken on those, I guess, yeah. And originally we thought this was a Slime O'Brien. I thought it was, but it's Odo. God, we used this voice so much in this game. It's on so many NPCs. The fucking Joe Swanson voice. But yeah, I think that's... Aside from the mini games, I think that's everything. Yeah, we added rideable rides and the cutscenes. Rideable rides was not in the launch, right? It was in a patch?
Correct. I could not get it in for launch.
Yeah, the cutscenes and the rides that you could ride, and there were a couple other things that like they were things that we wanted to do, but there was other stuff that was
like,
more
this is
important.
a very early version of the rideable 1.2 was when it was still untextured. This is just like a Unity test of it, of, oh, is this viable?
Yeah.
But the version in the final, basically the same, textured.
I mean, I think that's pretty, other than the minigames. I did want to do some minigames and stuff, but
oh, here we go. Here's an even earlier version.
Oh, holy shit. I don't think I've even seen this.
Yeah, so this was, what was the date on this? But yeah, Meatball, lots of work. Oh, I guess technically, so we also, here, while I'm at it, we never really did much with it, but the Hollow, actually, at one point we wanted to do more with the Hollows. So like,
I mean, the Hollows are in the game.
Yeah, we did the basic Hollows, but you could do like a heart pattern.
Yeah,
we got the basic Hollows in, but at one point we were considering doing the heart pattern. Also, the characters actually had backs.
Yeah, we tested backs for characters also.
Backs for main characters. This is
because we legitimately, there are people that complained about the cardboard backs of characters when you played in third person.
Yeah, the
which is understandable, but
I felt
also
it was too distracting.
Yeah, it was very distracting, and it was also literally doubling the amount of work for the artists.
Yeah,
like
oh hey, look, here we go.
Oh yeah, that's RTX.
HDRP runs amazingly. That frame. Look at that frame rate. That frame rate. This is how it I mean, it actually kind of ran, but God. Hire this man. Fucking horrible. But actually, here we go. So here's the crowd shader as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, this is also what's all the little running people running around the Wildwood are use the same kind of shader.
Play diorama proof of concept, but that got cut very early on. Viable.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I didn't show in Wildwood is the concert, which is kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, you want to show the...
Yeah, that was Robin's doing. Yeah, we were considering doing dialogue trees. They didn't make it in. They functioned. They just didn't. We didn't really have a use for them.
That was a thing I think I said no to very early on, because I was like, yeah, we aren't writing and organizing all that writing. It's gonna be too much.
Yeah, we just didn't end up with much of a use for them.
Yeah, I mean, we could have done it on a couple of characters, like at the intro as like a tutorial kind of thing. But yeah, this game already has a shit ton of writing in it, and it's like,
Yeah, trying to get people to keep track of that.
yeah, we even with a new system that we came up with after the first game, it still was a nightmare.
Oh, here we go. Here is HDRP Wildwood.
Wow, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, this is what Unity did to it when I just hit the convert button.
It did a great job.
Yeah, Unity is that.
So the concert thing, it's not that interesting, but basically like the concert is a continuous audio thing. The concert that is, I think, like 6 or 7 tracks that goes for like 22 minutes or something like that. With like, I edited the songs together and I put like applause between them and crowd sounds and stuff like that. Because we wanted like, so there's one song, the Miku song, because we needed to have a Miku song and nobody had time to make one. This one's by an artist who has like a attribution. It's like you can use it as long in your shit as long as you give me credit, and we did.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name, but it's in
DM Dokoru.
Yeah, it's in the attributions. And then the rest of the tracks, there are a couple of from bass in here that are from the game that him and Stamos are working on, the Damn Daniel game, and we use them for the mini games also. And then the rest of the songs in here are old songs of mine that I made.
There's a vocal version of
years ago.
The High Oxidar. The vocal version is very good.
Yeah, it's a cool song. I'm glad people like it. I don't know. I probably made it like, well, at this point now, probably like 5 years ago, 4 years ago. I don't know. It's an Aaliyah sample. Rest in peace. Yeah, I was gonna do. I mean, I kind of wanted to do. I want to do at least one laser grid. I'll let this play for a second, but because Vinny already started streaming, I did want to show some of the organization and planning stuff, and I'll show that in just a little bit for people who are interested, and it will be in the VOD for everyone else. But give me 1 second. I'm also going to get some water. Nary, if you want to talk about some stuff or show anything,
okay, I'll talk
for it.
about why the minigame shit. So for anyone who's wondering why the minigame shit was broken and how we didn't catch it, basically it was a race condition. So the way the minigames work, because I don't think I ever actually really explained this. The way the minigames worked was, well, I had built them so you could be running multiple at once. In the end, we decided, you know what, screw it. Let's just run all 3 of them. We'll have as many as we have, and then have them on a rotation with a timer. And then make sure they cannot go longer than the timer. Now, so to avoid the hard part of programming state, I cheated by just loading and unloading the minigame scenes. Now, the issue with that is, and why we didn't catch it during testing, is essentially the library I was using for scene loading. It wasn't. It had an inherent design flaw in it that the developer hadn't caught, and he wasn't able to patch it super quickly. But basically what would happen is when a minigame started, it would load it on the server, and then it would tell all the clients, all right, you move to this minigame. But essentially it would or move to this scene, but it would put them in a holding scene for a very short amount of time. So essentially, there was super short period of time where if the time between a single player from being told, all right, I am going to start. All right, I'm trying to remember. From the server starting the minigame load to the ping pong where it says a single player has been moved to a minigame, which on average is about 200 milliseconds, even with latency. If within that about 200 milliseconds, somebody goes into any other load zone in the game, it clears out the destination queue and then leaves everyone in the black void, because it essentially is like, oh, we're transferring this player to this area, and all of the players who are waiting for the server to load the minigame scene then just get caught in the holding scene. And the testing it was about the server. If anyone had decent ping, pretty much it was, and you were on an SSD, it was literally about a 200 millisecond gap where that could occur. But that didn't happen during testing, because despite having hundreds of bots running around on the servers, going in and out of the portals and everything else, we just never ran into it. So we published the game, and then suddenly the minigame started breaking, and we were like, what the hell is going on? And then I was digging into it. Eventually I figured out what was going on. Great. It breaks single player. Get it fixed, kind of, and then suddenly in multiplayer, there's this fun new bug where you have multiple zones loaded at once. So Sphinx didn't make it big, but you'll notice here, in what I just popped up, that within the Nowhere portal, you can actually see, oh, hey, look, there. You can actually see Nowhere is there, as well as Pacifica being loaded in the middle of the hub. This bug actually still exists. It only exists in single player, and it will only happen if it takes longer than, I believe, 35 seconds for your computer to load a scene. So you need to have a pretty shitty computer to run into this, and I am not fixing it.
Wow, Narry.
That's the story of the minigames, and
I like that
where
bug a
Parallel
lot, though.
Worlds also came from. It is a fun bug.
It is a fun bug, yeah. Oh my god, I got boxed next in by Docs. It's a Docs box.
No, doxed.
Let's go to. I do want to at least see each of the
attempt laser grid one time. Using. How about we revert to my version of laser, where I completely fucked up the timing and made the game unplayable.
Yeah. It's definitely doable. A lot of people were mad I put an emote there, and
people were very mad.
Thought about changing it, and I had kind of a cool idea for an alternative exploration way of getting 100%, but then I said, you know what? They should just get good. And otherwise you can be fine with 99.5% unlock.
Yeah. You had to, and if you did it, you know what we should have done is when we fixed the timing, we should have added another emote that was granted to people who had the emote from a previous patch. So
I mean, it's doable. I made Laser Grid, and I beat it when it used to be faster, and I beat it when it was faster. So
well, it was faster because I made a change, which basically cut 5 seconds off of the timer.
This is what happens when Narry does level design, by the way.
Yeah, this is my level. This is the only level I made. It was intended to be nonsense.
Also, I don't know why we switched the songs, but this song was supposed to be for Laser Grid. And then we switched them, and I really don't know why.
This song was in both of them, and then...
Oh, and then we switched one and not the other?
And then you swapped Laser Grid to that.
I think someone else did it. I blame Stamos.
Someone did, but...
Oh, fuck, I can't believe I've done this. I got Brent. Fortunately, the laser grid's much easier.
Board.unity.
So the way I made laser grid was I put several large cylinders in the level, and then I just attached items or like the blocks and stuff and platforms to the edges of the cylinders, and then deleted the cylinders. For the most part. I mean, I did a few other things, but that was how I made a usable path up to the top of the level very quickly. I made laser grid in one afternoon. Oh, what a nightmare. So the arcade shortcut, like, can be good, but it can also just, like, totally fuck you up. When I beat it before, I did not use this shortcut. Oh, fuck. Yeah, see, that's how you get fucked. If you want a consistent, reliable route, you shouldn't use that. That's for shortcut purposes, and it's unpredictable. But we'll do. Well, I got to do at least one more laser grid because that was an abysmal performance. Yeah,
anyway,
I think
there's a fire sale on Gacha right now, and if you reboot the game, everything is 1 penny.
Oh my gosh. Okay, if you're trying to fill your Gacha collection in this game, then is it disconnect and reconnect or quit the game?
Physically restart the game.
Okay.
Because of a bug.
Okay, we'll do less than perfect match, and then people can go Gacha shopping if they want.
Everyone who left for Vinny is missing out.
Oh my gosh. Imagine watching Vine Sauce instead of this. I do think this is definitely the most fun minigame though. Can't see shit with all these people though.
I do miss the version where the colors were a bit crazier. I think I have a video of the version.
They get crazy towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I misremembering?
Maybe. I like dancing to the song in this. How did that friend survive? Oh, fuck.
Desync.
I'm a winner. Oh. See, I'm a gamer. Oh, fuck, the floor is lava. I'm going down here. Oh, I was in the box. I thought you weren't in the box down there. Maybe I was like half in the box. That's me doing the countdown, by the way. I used my big boy voice for that. Fuck. Wow, fifth. Shambles. All right, laser grid. This is the real test. I don't remember the route, to be totally honest. Yeah, I like sort of remember it. There's like 2 places where it gets really confusing, but for the most part, well, I wouldn't say it's obvious where you're supposed to go, but
here's all I need to do. Ready? Fuck. Launched myself too far away.
Well, it's coming.
Win.
See, it's
And,
easy.
And
This
nobody
is
can stop me.
totally doable. Oh, how do I get up here? The path is obvious once you know what to look for.
Oh, I made it to the doodle without cheating it at all.
Ah! No! Damn
Why
it.
does Doodle Dip not have any collision?
Because you can't get to him normally.
Got to him.
I got pretty close there. That was pretty close. I just fucked up a bit at the end. I'm not. You know what? I have the emote, and I have. See, I did it.
Now race.
I don't need to prove myself to you. I do like how that level came out though. So the idea for the other mini game, which was going to be another jump up as fast as you can type thing, was going to be inside of a wormhole thing, because with one of the asset packs that I got, there was this like cool wormhole effect, and it was going to be like a wormhole all around the sides that you had to go up. But yeah, I got lazy and didn't make that. Sorry. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. I don't know. I do have some stuff. I do have. Oh yeah, we can go to the.
You know, we showed some of this stuff in Dev Hell. The portals are actually in Dev Hell.
Yeah, let's go to the dev room. Oops. Wait, where? Oh, wrong side. Oops. Idiot developer doesn't even know how to play his own game. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, so this was our dev room this time. It's much bigger. Wow. Didn't realize. So you missed an opportunity to put a certain version of the logo in here.
Someone put it in there. I replaced it.
Yeah, it was probably me.
It's in the folder. I just swapped it out.
Beans. Egg. Yeah, some of this art, concept art, also ended up getting used for things like the magazine and the actual like stream overlay stuff and some other things. Early version of the minigame. Oh yeah, there's a your portal thing is in the dev room. Some concept art of the hub. I like the debug fug. Yeah, I mean, I do have, I don't know if people would really, how interested people are in seeing the organization stuff. Cause it is pretty much well, it's not exactly the same, but it's mostly the same as, wow, that's such a great screenshot. It is mostly the same as the previous game. I'll show a little bit. Narry, if you want to stick around, you can. If you feel like you need to leave, though, you can. But either way is fine. Let me get this shit started here. Let me go into studio mode really quick. Also, let me go back to the hub so there's some music. Okay, so I'm gonna show a few different things, and I have to be careful how I do this so I don't accidentally like show someone's personal information or something in these. All right, so the main planning thing, we had we had a lot of different documents in terms of like planning stuff, but the main thing was we had a master spreadsheet that had, you can see along the bottom here, it has all of the characters and where they're going to be, and how and like information about them sorted by location, and another version sorted by name. And then we had a tab. This was where people entered dialogue for the chat. This was our list of, we had like the actual like dev friendly names of a lot of the of all the different locations and stuff like that, and where the NPCs would be in those locations. So like we had to know, like in game things were like Toxic Metro was the name of nowhere for most of development, and then there was the very confusingly named Pacifica Beach, Pacifica Island, and Pacifica Water. And then like the two Fakemon centers, and then like, so we broke down all the zones. This was done like pretty early on, about like figuring out what was gonna be where, and how things were gonna be like spread out. So like I do have a separate document that was basically like I just mentioned for Vine Realms, like Mono and Bark and a bunch of other people kind of put together a design doc with like locations and characters and like points of interest and stuff. I opened that up to like everyone for Vine Worlds at first, and there was a lot of ideas, but it was kind of unfocused. So I ended up doing a full list of all that stuff. And you can see, you know, these lists don't even have like all of the chat characters, and they don't have like all, I think this one has most of the like finalized like key characters that weren't like returning ones and stuff like that. And then let's see. Yeah, this was like, and there were some people in here that like we didn't end up, like we were gonna have like a Christopher Robin character that was gonna be like a giant, it was gonna be a giant like Christopher Robin in like power armor or something, and that ended up getting turned into that like giant chat character. And then this was our list of, after I went through and found like which chats were good, that we wanted to use as NPCs, like where they'd go and what their names would be and stuff like that for the dialogue scripts. And then we started the dialogue the same way we did the previous year, which was by having a spreadsheet for all the different characters and people could type stuff in. And this was basically like combining art plus description, and then like this was more for ideas, and then people worked off of this spreadsheet for all of the characters and all of the dialogue. You can see how much it actually is once you go through like with all of the characters and stuff like that. Like, yeah, the amount of writing in this game is just like, I don't think it's easy to appreciate right off the bat, and then you see it all like kind of in a list like that, and it's like, holy shit. This, instead of like, we still wanted to have a central place where people could work on it and have like history and like keep it organized, versus, because eventually we had to make like completely separate documents for each character, but those were generated by Narry's character creator thing, and then we'd upload those to Google Drive so that everyone would have access to them, and then they'd put in the dialogue and all the syntax and stuff like that, and then we'd had a system where we'd automatically pull them down and then put them in the game, which worked better than how we did, because we basically did it manually in Vine Realms, and this time we automated it a little bit more and organized it a little bit more by like establishing like the dialogue names when the NPCs were created, and like having blank dialogue templates for every character right from the get-go. And then this was our total emote list, which changed over time, but I think at a certain point it was like at 150 or something like that, and then we added all the dev emotes, and then we added a few others, and then like I kept a track of like where they were spread out, and it was important also if they were given by an NPC to like keep track of which NPCs had them, and these are highlighted in green because everything that's highlighted in green is basically confirmed that it's in the game somewhere, and if it's dialogue, that it's being properly given by the like NPC who actually did it. This was our avatar list thing, and this looks disorganized, but this was basically we knew we were going to have avatars. Originally in the first game, it was basically like 50% of the emotes in an area got you one, 100% of the emotes in an area got you another, and then the third one was given to you by talking to an NPC. So we kind of used a similar system where it was like based on completion, but we gave, instead of 3 avatars per location, we ended up doing 5, and part of that was also just because we got so many cool ideas for different characters, and like there were certain things that almost got in but then didn't, and then the emote counts for power-ups are also in here, and like just this was a lot of these tabs on the spreadsheet were more for me than for anyone else, and it was really for me to be able to like look at the game and be like, you know, okay, how is this particular mechanic organized, and like, you know, do we need to, because like you look at it and there are like 48 emotes in Wildwood. Okay, that's like, you know, significantly more than like other places in the game, but then at the same time it's like, well, it's a bigger area and it's towards the end, so like most of the unlocks you actually get before you can get up to the jump boost. You can get all the power-ups without doing Wildwood, I'm pretty sure. I know you can get up to the speed one, I'm pretty sure. I can't do the math right now, but yeah, we basically did a similar thing, and then like the avatar unlocks that you got in the hub, so like the Admiral Lou and Morshu and then the Doodle Dips were specifically based on like the number of emotes that you had total. So it was almost like a global completion percent, and then the gold Doodle Dip was obviously for 100, and then I guess this is blank. I do have a cosmetic list somewhere. This is another worksheet of me figuring out which emotes, because I went through every streamer's emote and I went through all the emotes we used in the previous game, and I tried to figure out which ones people liked the most, which ones were the funniest, which ones could we use in context of the game that would be like entertaining and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that like, here's like music. I made this list because we didn't do this the year before, of like inspirations I had for what music there could be, and like a couple of these got changed. Like we didn't have 2 songs in a couple of these areas just because of time and stuff, but like, you know, also sound effects, what we would need for each level, because that was something we didn't do in the previous game, and it was something that like kind of towards the end got caught by surprise. It was like, oh shit, we don't have any you know, fucking we need to go find sounds for all the levels and stuff like that. This is, I believe, the list of everyone who submitted. Yeah, this is the credits of, I guess I kind of butchered these 2 lists. This is the list of everybody that submitted stuff for the community stuff. This was an old, yeah, so this was at a certain point in time, this was the emote list. Like the emote list changed a few times, and like I had to do a more I had to revise it once we knew what the final characters were going to be. And this is an old NPC list thing. Hold on one second, let me turn this off. And then Yeah, a lot of this game was really like this was a lot of the kind of stuff that, you know, I would worry about that other people didn't really have to think about too much, but it was a big part of like making sure the game got finished, because there's just so much stuff in a game like this that it's like trying to keep track of it without something like this is just like is pretty much impossible. Yeah, so we also had a few documents. These were things that like anyone could kind of contribute to, but I used as guides for like before they got on the spreadsheet. Like I always, when I'm brainstorming stuff or come up with, I always just type it down, because otherwise I'll forget, because I smoke so much weed. But probably even if you don't smoke a lot of weed, you'll forget things too. But we had like our list of returning characters, and then new characters that were like kind of confirmed that we wanted to do, which wasn't that many. Like, and some of these didn't even really get in the same planned way. But like, so there were some of the ideas like Cyberpunk, those got in. The cards got in. Doom got in. AR Art Museum got in. FTL got in. Star Trek, plenty of those. I don't think we really referenced System Shock very much. We didn't do Valheim. There was a Skyrim space program idea. We didn't really use that. Not really the Turtle Club, Cathussy, Sopranos reference. I don't even remember some of these. Juice Galaxy, Mario Spaghettification, Captain Lou live action reference, and he became a big character. Oh yeah, Germa Grotto Beast Dump Truck / Dump Truck. That's a good one. Wirehead, Signal Sim, Gas got in. Kapussy didn't. I don't think it got in.
It got into dev stuff.
There's some Blade Runner. We did get some Bug Snacks references in there. Star Wars.
There's a cardboard generation. I'm not looking for the picture at this point, but there is a cardboard generation of Kabuto.
Oh, really?
Never actually made it in. Yeah, I saw it in the folder.
Yeah, Hylix, JoJo in Space, and Kira Woodboy Bebop, Crazy Hamburger, rest in peace. Yeah, there were quite a few things that like we were kind of on the list, and like that's the thing is like this like document came from like a meeting and from people collaborating, but then it was kind of like I had to go through this and then either add or like figure out how those people are actually like, here's our list of planets, here's our list of like ideas for references, how do those like go together kind of thing. Yeah, so we talked about, this was another document that was put on early on about like things we could do for plot. And I don't think we actually really used any of these, because we ended up more doing the chat thing, which kind of tied into the origin of the cardboard stuff. I'm just going to turn the game down here really quick, because these insensitive people are making it rain. We're hopefully doing them. Jump rope, platforming challenge, falling hazards. The Fall Guys fruit floor thing was an idea like from the very beginning. Yeah, so there's like, I could probably zoom in this a little bit better to capture it on stream, but whatever. So yeah, Punish Drippy versus the world, Drippy taking over the universe. Yeah, there are a bunch of like space station timeshare scam. I forgot some of these. Like Deep Space Nine. The promenade was specifically like, I put a layout out and I was like, we could make it like this. But yeah, we talked about, there was an idea that early on, I remember, and we scrapped this in favor of just having everyone be at Wildwood, was we were going to have, as you finished areas, basically, what would happen is that you would, as you finished an area, the streamer would show up in the hub, and like, the original idea was that we are going to have the starting version of the hub was going to be all like wrecked and dilapidated and like in need of repair. And the whole idea and what like Captain Lou would tell you to do was that you had to go help out the streamers so that they could bring back like the supplies or parts or whatever. And originally for the gacha idea, instead of it being gacha, we talked about it being that as you completed an area, like the streamer would show up at the hub and each section would get repaired. And then you'd be able to talk to the streamer or another NPC and be able to buy items with your exposure. And instead of having them be a gacha thing, it was going to be like shops, and you had to unlock the different shops. But from a technical standpoint, the idea of having multiplayer and having a persistent area that evolved based on your progression through the game, we just decided it was going to be like way too much work. We would have had to make like 8 hubs, not 2 hubs. It would have been the starting one and then basically a different hub.
I mean,
as each part of it got repaired and the NPCs showed up, and like doing light mapping for that, and doing like there's just and the networking and like.
Well, I mean, we had considered at one point doing variations, making it such that essentially the repaired rooms wouldn't change the basic layout, such that you could have everyone in the same thing, and then each basically chunk stuff out so as prefab, so it can just be the 2, and then you swap it out, so it also doesn't matter who comes back. But that still requires either 1, people can walk through walls or walk into areas that are blocked off, or 2, you build out the entire navigation such that even the quote-unquote rebuilt area has the same basic collision.
Yeah, and it turned in
It was just so much work.
You can kind of tell, like, when we talk about the features that we thought about and then we ended up cutting, a lot of the times it was usually something where, and you see this a lot in game dev, and I think if you're an indie dev, it's something very, very much you should be aware of, is the amount of effort that you put in versus what the actual system you get out of it was. Because like having the centralized gacha thing in one little place, and it's like one UI you interact with and one specific thing, is on a technical level still a lot of stuff to add, but it's so much easier than, you know, like the loading thing we had where it was going to be a hangar with a separate UI and you'd be able to fly. Why is everyone sweat frogging? Did I do something? You're scaring me. I roboted a big time. Am I still roboting?
Robot him. I didn't hear you robot on my side.
Oh, that's weird. My cock was on stream.
The other robots
Sorry.
I've heard.
I would have known that. It's too big. But yeah, you'll kind of notice with a lot of the cut stuff that we did, it tended to be things where it was like we could do a lot of work for a very small amount of like polish and content, or we could do a lot of work for a lot of polish and content. And so pretty much every month there was something that was kind of like coming up on the chopping block of like, are we going to keep this? Because initially we set our goals like incredibly high. And that was kind of the idea, is like, let's try as many ideas as possible. And then we're definitely going to have to like whittle it down to like the things that make the most sense for who we have and the skills we have and the time we have and stuff like that. And I think that's, I mean, you got to keep in mind that these are games that were made with basically like a month or 2 of planning and then like 3 to 5 months of development time. And granted, it was a lot of people working on these games, but like compare that to a lot of indie games where it's like a person will work on the same game for like 4 years to get it to the point where it needs to be. And so like I think that's kind of a strategy of like, if you need to reduce your development time and like really push it, like you need to like focus within, you know, the greatest how your time will give you the greatest reward, essentially. And I do think we did a very good job with that for both games. And let me see. I think I got like 1 or 2 more docs. There are a lot of dogs making noises around me right now, but yeah. So this was like this was when it was still called Vine Realms 2.0, and this was just like, so alternate or corrupted worlds was an idea with like plot devices or ways like you have different versions of the same place. Didn't do that. Customizable player models, cool idea, but maybe impossible. And then this is something that we actually did end up doing, and it worked out great. And it was a lot of work, but it worked well. New content based on the theme, that's a pretty obvious one, and a new hub for housing all. This was when I think these ideas were when we were talking about still adding to the original Vine Realms instead of starting over from sort of scratch.
Yeah.
Because I think we kind of talked about it originally at first as almost being like a DLC, like people would log back into Vine Realms and it would be
expansion pack. Yeah, and there'd be basically like a rocket ship that would take you to the new section. Something like that. We had a few ideas. But the Corrupted Worlds idea was one. Oh, this is one way we could save a lot of time.
Yeah. Back sprites, that's on there. Updated player movement. So this was all this. I don't know how to see the version history. Last edit.
If you open the version history, it's going to show people's names.
Yeah. This. Well, it does say last edit was March 5th.
Yes, but
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but yeah, some people use their actual names.
Yeah. So March 5th was, and so this was only like a month and a half. We did get a late start on the event for that year. But yeah, so updated player movement, double jump, air dash, like we did get some of that stuff in. Updated custom 3D assets in existing worlds. So this was when we were still talking about updating Vine Realms, and we did talk about what if we redid old zones and stuff like that. Currency system to buy unlocks, mini games, and more engaging activities. So like the emote battle here, we talked about doing racing, like ship racing, like a kart racer type thing, which would have been fun and also a nightmare for the netcode. And user interface updates, some of these happened, some didn't. Lore expansion, incorporating an ARG. We did talk about at one point in time, I talked to Mono about, because Mono was a little bit less hands-on with Vine Worlds than the other stuff. And I asked him, because we did talk about putting an ARG in the first game. And then I think that just because of time commitments and other stuff going on, we ended up not really doing that. Segue into new content by revisiting old content in the process. So yeah, we talked about Vine Realms Classic was going to be a separate. We'd at least preserve the original game, even if we were going to add to it. Wow, I put Golden Doodle Dip in here very early on. I didn't even realize that.
Of course you did.
Of course I did. Developer access. Yeah, we talked about having more tools to actually potentially like do more stuff. So featured community content, fan art posted on social media, Buru added to in-game gallery or similar, community sourced avatar designs and unlocks, which we ended up doing. Entire world created by community made content. We talked about that, but it was like, imagine, because like we asked people like make us some random stuff and we're not going to tell you what it's for or how it should be specifically. We'll just give you a bunch of vague guidelines. Imagine that, but like dealing with 3D assets and shit like that, that would have been a nightmare. And yeah, people stealing content too. Yeah, we talked about other integrations, like being able to watch the Twitch feed inside the game and like some other stuff, but yeah, we have a few random assorted documents like this from like various points in time, and I feel like there are some that are either can't find or don't know where they are. Yeah, we have things that I'm not really gonna show, but like some of it I will. Yeah, here's another whole thing of references of like gags and stuff like that. Friendship got in, VDub and RGB. C3PO character that didn't get in. Legally distinct Star Fox characters got in. Amogus. It either has to be so obnoxious it's post irony, or so subtle it's one of those things you get annoyed at once you notice it. I'm sure Narry probably wrote that.
Yeah, that was me. And I
so
completely threw.
This idea, the small shroom wearing a stupid giant gold armor claiming to be the emperor of the galaxy, that got in. Doom guy with the Seaman didn't get in. Cyberpunk got in. Norts and ADub got in. Oh yeah, we talked about doing custom skyboxes with constellations with references to stuff in the game. Utah Monolith reference. We sort of referenced a Monolith thing with the Space Monkeys, but Curlin Nest, that's a deep... Did I write that? There's no way I put that in here. That's way too fucking stupid. Bug Snacks, Germa, Jigsaw, Gas Thing. Everything is Chrome in the future. The Goblins got in, kind of. Yeah, well, I mean, they did get in. Monster Card Packs got in. And then we had a list for all the different, like, streamers. Like, how could we... What references from their specific streams could we put in to the game? Like, we put, like, Putt Putt ended up in the game as a freakish experiment. And, like, Fred's all the shiny hunting, like the Fakeamon was kind of meant around Fred and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of time this was all kind of like a month or two before really like getting deep into Unity, although some stuff we started pretty early for stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know. The other big thing is Trello, and I showed Trello before for Vine Realms, but I ended up during the final like crunch, I used a separate document to keep track of what still needed to get done. So not all these got like finished and archived, but Trello is a really good resource for like planning. Like, so for level design, like each area would have a card and a checklist of like what things needed to be done. You could attach screenshots and stuff like that. I mean, there's a ton of stuff in here and important links, especially with more people working on the game. Like here's like the style guide for character art references and stuff like that was much more in depth this year versus the previous year because we had more artists doing more art. And so we wanted to like expand the style guide a little bit to try and keep things as uniform as possible with the stuff that we were making, at least. Like, and there were things we learned from the previous game too, with like how the base of a character, like if you draw them a certain way, it becomes hard to put them in the world, or if like they're supposed to be sitting on something. Like Trello is cool, but you basically need someone whose job is organizing it. I mean, yeah, that was my job among many other jobs. Like, it doesn't have to be the only person's job, but, you know, that, like, I mean, I set up pretty much every card and decided what needed to go where. And I had separate documents again, and I'd reassess everything every week or two. But this was also like how we did our QA and stuff too. Like, and we have like build priorities for specific weeks, you know, going into end of July into beginning of August. Like cosmetic UI needed to get done, cosmetic item attachment working, initial testing for the additive scene changes based on. So that was, we still had that in here. Look, August 5th, additive scene changes to hub being removed, checking it off the list. So even at the beginning of August, like only a few weeks away from launch, we were still like, can we make that work? Yes or no? And the answer was no. Yeah, you can even see like in some of the, there's like some of the QA
well, no,
stuff.
At that point, we considered the additive changes being the doors unlocking, I believe.
No, I think we still were talking about having stuff show up in the hub.
Maybe. Yeah, technically we didn't have the hub built
because the doors had nothing to do with
version
additive scene. That had to do with the unlock tracker.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so this is also how we did every single, you know, character. And like, I was really hard on the artists that like every time they did something, it needed to be uploaded to the Trello card and it needed to be uploaded to the Google Drive. It needed to be in both places. So there was always like a reference and a backup. You can see like, yeah, scrolling through all of the completed stuff, you can see just so much things. And I even had I had things on the Trello, even though I was the one organizing the Trello, I still had cards just for me for organizing the organizing stuff, like doing the avatar lists, stuff with like the music. And like, I don't know why some of these didn't get checked off, other than like I was just working off a separate list at that point. Yeah, weekly. So like we originally planned to do 4 weekly builds at like different times, and then like we ended up kind of spreading it out differently. I think it was mainly because some people worked best off of Discord and the Google Drive, and some people worked best off of the Trello. But regardless, I needed the Trello and the Google Docs and the spreadsheets and stuff to be able to keep track of everything that was going on in the game. Like we even had at a certain point added a separate section just for the Outer Wildwood assets that needed to get made. Like here's like the original sketch of like what the places would look like, and they all almost look exactly like that in game, which is amazing. And yeah, you can see like early versions of some of the locations and stuff like that here. Like this is when this was still very much in asset flip territory. Yeah, like an early version of like the city and like some of the concept art that people did of what the Crystal Rust planet, which is what it was called for a long time, might look like. But yeah, Trello, I mean, or some sort of, I think it's called Kanban or something like that. And we had special cards too for like people to request assets. If they wanted something in their thing. These were the cosmetic items that were actually done by us. And then you can see here, July 24th. Cosmetic items are going to be opened up to community submissions on Monday, and you're still welcome to do them. But NPCs, UI, and scene are priority. Yeah, let me organize. If you're doing something that of this scope, if you're a solo dev and you like are just making your passion project, you can probably get away without doing this stuff, but I'd still recommend it because you're gonna like have ideas and forget them, or you're gonna like, I don't know, games are big complicated things and it's a lot of stuff to keep track of, and I think that you're almost always gonna be better off I think you're almost always going to be better off by keeping it organized versus trying to wing it. Okay, so I'm just going to show this in, I guess, in browser. Am I going to dox myself here? Or anyone else? Probably not. Hold on. Yeah, this is fine. Whatever. All right. Let's. So these are. I'm going to show you the chats, the friends, and the items that were submitted, and you'll be able to see which ones got used and which ones didn't. And like, I guess maybe this isn't the best way to do that. And it is going to show people's names and shit like that.
I just do download zip. I
have the folder.
Go through that way.
Let me find the folder really quick. Let's see, minigame test, emotes. Things all, chat yachts all. Yeah, and these are probably going to be in different order anyway. So I don't know. Should I just go through? I'm gonna just go through them quickly, instead of just showing you the whole grid. I'll just show you. Let me window capture this little bitch right here. Okay. You don't want to capture? Okay. Well, Microsoft Photos doesn't want to capture in OBS for whatever reason. So I guess let's open with what else? What other photo viewer do I have? Photo.
I just used iPhone.
You just use what?
iFran View, but
I don't think I have.
You might be able to use VLC.
Why does this shit not capture my guy? Hold on. Maybe if I just use game capture. Nope, that doesn't work. For whatever reason. Oh, no, it does. Okay. Here we go. Here are the chats. I'm going to go through them sort of fast, not sort of fast, but I'll should be able to tell, like, didn't get in. I don't think this got in either, unfortunately. It was really cool. Like, there were a ton that were really cool that we wanted to use, but like couldn't figure out a way to use them. Let me get rid of Narry here. All right.
Damn.
Yes, this one was really cool. This one was really cool, but we couldn't use it. This one ended up getting used and is an avatar just because I liked it. Gremlin got in. Cthulhu didn't get in. And usually you can tell, like, some of these are really good, but they just didn't fit like the rest of the art style of the game. And like maybe we could have given out a better, like, our actual style guide. But here's chat on a DS. Here's the conspiracy chat yacht. Here's a cock. I really liked these, but I don't think we used any of these. These ones were cool. This was like weird pube thing. And this box one was cool. I liked all of these. The other
I forgot about
updated
those.
chat Thulu. This star yacht was pretty cool. We didn't use that. This, whatever this thing was, it's like some sort of weird crab. It's called Chatacoma. I'm sure someone it's probably an anime reference or something. Infected chat didn't get used. A little crusty. The chat riffim obviously got put in the game. Sorry. Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, actually, I know what it is now. Here's chat with a knife. Some of these, it wasn't because they were like, they're not bad. It's just like, because we had so many, we kind of took the best. And even between the best, we didn't end up using all of them. Here's the Labor Day guys. The chat roach got in. Big chat got in, of course. The hero of the game, the Gondel, got in. This didn't get in. This is people voting on Twitch. Twitch betting or whatever. Betting over something. Here's the chat painter got in. Glue chat got in. This one was cool. The tenant. I think this is actually in Wildwood walking around somewhere, but maybe not. This one was really good. The cyber travelers in the anomaly. This one, this scary wrestler didn't get in. The green chat enjoyer did get in the floating island, and the rat yacht got in for the pizza place. And then there were a bunch of these cats, and I think we used one of them, but they were all pretty good. I think we used this one. This one has a lot of legs because we did specifically ask for like cryptids for some of the chats, but that they could be anything. That one has a butthole. Here are some really fucked up ones. This one I don't think got used, but this one did get used in the anomaly. Same with this one got used. And then here's Hacker. Someone made Hacker, and then we had Hacker record voice for us so that they could be an NPC. And then the singer, this is supposed to be Ulala from Space Channel 5. Dub Yacht got in. This did not get in. The Centipede did not get in, unfortunately. This was one that I think we were gonna use, but then didn't. The Quack Yacht got used. I think this one might show up as some of these. I don't really remember which ones show up in the crowd in Wildwood, but a lot of these ended up showing up in the crowd in Wildwood. This one was really cool, but we didn't end up using it. The Dissected Chat. I have to go through these faster, but Space Chat Yacht was really good and showed up in a few places. This is a Strange Chat Zombie. We did not use the Strange Chat Zombie. I don't know what this is. But it has a smiley face. There's a 3D one too. Then there's the egg. This person did not read the assignment properly and did not provide us with a cardboard cutout. So I think this might be one of the random chats also. There's a frozen chat in Carbonite. I think we were gonna use but didn't. There was this one by Alizarin that has like the most fucked up cutout out of anything we had in the game, but we still used it and as a crowd person, and we just thought it was funny. The edge, like the cutout was very cut out. And we didn't go through, I don't think we went through and edited anyone's cutouts to make them we talked about editing some of them, but then didn't. Chat Lazar, Mascot got in. And then the lady chat is in the final area. This guy got in. This little alien shroom got in. The disguised visitor got in. The space fashion chat yacht got in. The Chatwoods monster. I don't think this one got in. Chatoxes, but it was really good. I think it was like in the list. There were some that were in the list of like, let's use these, but then it was like, we have too many NPCs already and need to finish. This one we used, it was great, in a great spot. This was a Mothman one that we had another Mothman one that we ended up using. Here's a funny spider. Chat Freeman, the Scoot Yacht. This is some sort of Red Vines reference. The Chat Miku we used. The little Chat Man is one of my favorite ones that was submitted. We had this 3D skateboarding chat with a loaf of bread for an arm. We didn't use that. Doing the 3D render on the cardboard cutout kind of doesn't really work quite as well. We did use this slime chat yacht. We almost used this, like I had it in the folder of things to use, but then I was like, I don't think we can. It's too cringe, bro.
Made it into the dev room.
It's in the dev room, yeah. I don't know if this scene chat got in there as a audience member. Chatbot's in there for sure. Chad Yacht I wanted to use, but like because of the perspective and art style, it was just like, it was a little too out of place. Because it like the perspective, it would look like he's leaning towards you all the time. It just like didn't really work. There's this fucked up bee that we didn't use, but it was pretty cool. This little chat bot was cool. Chat sus, of course, we used, which was very good. The Dragon Quest.
Oh, we did add an
yacht.
outline to chat sus because it was good.
Oh yeah, we must have added an outline to it. Yeah, it was good. It's like one of the lowest effort pieces of shit in here. Sorry, whoever submitted that, Daria. It was very good, and that's why it's in the game. It's not a piece of shit. So here's the Dragon Quest slime. There was this strange chat cyberbot thing made out of kitchen appliances, which was really cool, but it was also like, I don't really know what to do with this. Here's some fucked up chat demon things.
Should have just put that one in and had it just have one line of text. Please check robots using wrong voices.
Here's some it's probably some sort of reference to Undertale or something. This thing was cool, but didn't really. We already
Not an
like
Undertale
I let Amoral pick which fucked up weird scary cryptids they wanted to use out of the ones that I thought were the best. And so some of these were actually in the list, but because of like the amount of space and time we had, like some of these were like on the list to be used, but then we didn't use them for whatever reason. Some of them were really cool. The moth, yacht. This one's a grumpus. This one's a weird fucking spider hair thing. This is a chat goblin with another. Alizarin, I don't know if you're here right now, but I don't know what you were smoking when you made these outlines, my man. But I guess we were very vague with what we said the outline was supposed to be. We almost used these little guys, the like little chat cloning tanks in the in some places. This one was very interesting because it's a photo of a chat made out of Lego, and it was in the folder of like things to potentially use. But then
could we find a place to use it?
It was like, yeah, where do we put this? We couldn't figure out a place where it like fit. There were like a few versions of it. This one has like weird fucking bionicle glitching or something. This is we didn't use this one. We did use this guy and this one. Not that one, unfortunately. So a lot of these you can see like a lot of them were very good. It was just like we needed to limit how many we used, and like we needed them to kind of fit within the context of things we did. And, you know, being more specific with people probably would have helped that. Like the cadet got and the big chat ended up being used as like avatars. Same with the chat sus, and like the ones we really liked a lot were like originally we were going to have like 3 avatars per location, like Vine Realms. But once we got all the chats in, it was like, let's have a couple chat avatars, like for a chat avatar for each area. And they were some of them were really, really good. So basically honorary dev status, I guess. But a lot of these got in. I don't know what this is, but it's it's a baby and a rat. Part-time chat yacht got in. The chat dodgers was on a list of things to potentially use. This walking chat got in. 2 of Alizarin's weird fucked up cutout ones got in somehow. Chat cry, I think we used by Crazy Hamburger. We had a chat Samus that didn't get used. I almost used these like weird zombie chats in when we were doing Joel's area originally. My idea was that it was going to be like Borg friends that were like creating or assimilating chat yachts, and like we were going to use some of the stuff like that. This one's got a lump. I don't know what's happening here. This Sonic one is fucking amazing with the chili dog. It looks like there's a turd on that chili dog, but it's pretty good. This one is a little bit, the art style is a little bit too realistic for what we're doing with the toes and stuff. You know, a little too realistic for what we were doing. And then this one is anime, I believe. So we did not use that one. The next things I'm going to go through very fast because it's time to stop. I'm going to go through here are all the friends, and I'm not going to say anything about them. I'm just going to click through every friend. God damn it. Why do you do this to me, OBS? Okay, that worked. Okay, here we go. Friends, ready? Look at all these friends. A lot of these, I'd say like a little bit more than half of these are in the game. And a lot of them use the default friend template, and some went off the deep end. Is that a yeek friend? I'm yeeking out, dog. Is that a Noida one? I don't remember how I picked. I think I picked just ones that looked funny to me and like had somewhat of a recognizable reference and looked like a friend to some extent were the ones that I picked, because I had no idea how to sort and pick through these. Look at this. What the fuck kind of... Anyway. CBT wizard. There's so many. What the fuck? Why is... Oh, that's what's his name? That's a reference. The big chest guy. Was that an Akira motorcycle reference? Yeah. A lot of aliens. This one's fucking weird. This one is naked. This one I like a lot. And this one too. This one is fucking... This one's in there, I'm pretty sure. Even, and the orb one is in there too. This one I think is in there. We were a lot more lax with the requirements for a friend to get into the game. These ones did not get in. That's a good Mario friend. Very nice shading. Pixel art on there. Oh yeah, there's the Star Trek ones. There's Odo. There's Q. Yeah, the Borg ones. The only thing I think I specifically asked for was like, I need a couple that are Borg because of like the setting and story. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. There might have been a handful of stragglers. I think these are the folders I had with all of them, but there might have been a handful of stragglers for no, I think these were the folders where I put all the final stuff. Okay, now we're going to go through items. There's a lot of things here. There's 241 things, and like half of them, I think, got into the game. Okay. And these aren't sorted. I had to sort them by what they were for later, so these aren't sorted by what the actual item was supposed to be, but I think a lot of them you'll be able to guess, so... And a lot of these didn't get in, and then some did. And then there were some like, this was good, but like how, like you can't really put a helmet on a character and have the head part be like it would have to sit on top of their head, which we did for some things, but yeah, like some things like this doesn't really work as a badge. Like we said a chest slot item, and I did say specifically it was supposed to be like a badge, but there were some people that made like shirts or armor, and it like didn't really work. This is Fruity Pizza Rolls, Speed Luigi, Brie, Rat Hat is strange fucking rabbit. So far none of these got in. There's a fucking weird dog, the dog blade. Kring Shroom, alarm clock, Vine Oats drawn on paper and scanned in. This is someone's fucking makeshift bomb that they just sent us a picture of. Chad Kroger mask, Alien Beppis, Corn, Alien, Cat Tube, Holofren. Pretty much all these ones that this person submitted got in because they worked really well as badges. Comb Blade, Meat morph. We had a lot of meat submissions. There's a speed Luigi, a lime. This banana got in. Mario in a box. I don't really know what's going on here, especially with that face. I really wanted to put this in, but it didn't really fit the game. The Hustler mug and the fan of knives. There were some things that were really funny that I wanted to put in, but I was like, no. If it was like my own game, yeah, but as a charity game, no. We did put the cheap cun in though, but not the cuns of the Patriots. The duck, the shrimp thing, I think got in some form. This one I think we put in. The duck phaser, there's the faithful gel, there's a bunger, there's like a weird weed scoot. Master Chief. I don't really remember which of these are in the game and which aren't. Some I know very obviously, like the real shroom hat, which is great, or the Dreeblet. I think we used more items than less in a lot of ways, but I also like had to exclude some stuff just because we had so much of certain slots, and I wanted them to be at least somewhat balanced. Like badges were always going to get less, and like hand items were always going to get more, but this was a good reference, whoever made this, but we couldn't put the Battlefield EOD bot knife in. There's a sock puppet, the pocket friend, shrimp. Here's a thing. Yeah, a lot of these, I mean, again, a lot of them got in, and a lot of times it was just like, it was my personal choice as to whether I thought it fit or whether it was funny. Like some of these, like either didn't fit, but like the knife made out of the fucking Tetris piece was kind of funny to me. Some stuff I just didn't really know what it was or how we would properly use it in the slot it was meant for. So like some of those things didn't get used, like some low effort stuff didn't get used. O'Brien did get used though. Alpaca got used. I think most of the stuff, this Ghostbuster touching itself didn't get used. These weird cat ears didn't get used. The Sans Eye got used. There's just a picture of the Ralph body pillow in this folder for whatever reason. I don't know what the fuck this is or who submitted it, but it's just like weird Sans Thomas the Tank Engine. Probably as a hand item. Some of the shit people submitted was just like the most bizarre shit. Yeah, here's this. Oh, you can't see it. Here. Well, I guess
the fucking Saddam one.
Yeah, it just says Saddam Hussein,
that.
and it's yeah. It's I don't know what's going on there. Here's Bengus. Pop didn't get in. The Glizzy Warrior got in. Yeah, here's a plasma ball that didn't, like some of these. I don't know what's going on here. Some of these like just didn't work as items, and maybe it wasn't like the best description of the prompt. I don't know who this person is. Evil farming game. There's a doodle dip. This got used as an NPC. Meat Saber got in. I don't think, did the Snooze Launcher get in? I don't think so. Here's the hat, the fish and shish. What is this? A microfiber cloth. Yeah, that didn't get in. Here's a turd on a thing. Staff of Bloom. I guess we didn't use this because it would have been too hard to do. Here's a sus sticker. This one's just called untitled.png. This was the very first thing that got submitted, by the way. The evil cat was the very first thing that someone sent in, and I do think we put it in the game. If I remember correctly, it's a hand item. And it was just like, it made me laugh because it was like so far off from anything I said. I think there might have been another folder of a couple of straggler items. Yeah, there's a few here. But most of these are actually in the game. There's like, the only thing that isn't is the Cronenberg gun didn't get in. I don't think we didn't use that. But pretty much everything else that's in this folder got in. But yeah, it was a lot of, like, I basically went through every one of these things that was submitted and had to sort out which ones we were going to use, which ones we weren't, then sort out which ones were going into which slot, and then which chats were getting used as NPCs, which would be used as like scenery. And like, yeah, it was pretty close to the end. It was a lot of new content to bring into the game. It is. Oh, it is. The Cronenberg gun is. Okay. I wasn't sure if I would have okayed that or not. I mean, I would have said yes instantly, but then I might have been like, oh, maybe we can't use that reference. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's, I guess, most people have left by now because it's pretty late and I've been going for 5.5 hours. I guess if anyone has anything, is Vine World still available to play? Yeah, we were just playing it for 5 hours. And if you want to play it with other people online, today's probably like one of the last few days. I mean, you might see 1 or 2 people online randomly, but look, we got all these docks here. They were just waiting. Let's look at the gondole instead. Yeah, so I knew this was going to be a longer stream than our first one, Narry, but thanks for sticking around and going over stuff with me. But yeah, I think that about wraps it up. If anyone has any questions for me or Narry, you can ask, but I think we both are pretty... I can answer in chat too or whatever. But yeah, thanks, Narry. Thank you, everyone who worked on the game and helped out. It was a ton of work, and it was totally worth it, and we had a lot of fun. And thank you, everyone who played and everyone who submitted stuff. And who did the UI? That was Narry.
Zenny did the original layout. Yeah. I implemented it all. And made some changes and everything else.
Yeah, Zenny did like the Illustrator version, basically. And did Narry do 100% of the scripting? No, he did 95%.
85.
Stamos and
90,
helped with stuff, and then Dawn helped with a few things too. And I didn't really do any coding or scripting in this. I just did technical art, I would say. I would call it like a lot of shader and reflection and lighting and material stuff. Like it's a dock on a dock. Look at this dock's got a long head and a Cheez-It. All right. Well, he's got 2 stop signs. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be it, I think. Thank you, Narry. Thank you, people who played the game. And we'll let you know if we ever make something else, but chances are slim. No offense. It was fun while it lasted. Yeah, have a good night, you guys, and I guess I'll just raid Vinny. Narry, any final statements before you're cast into oblivion? I think Nary's gone.
No, I'm here. What? Sorry.
Any final statements before I banish you?
Tired. It's 11 p.m.
Tired. Yeah, me tired too.
Okay. I haven't eaten dinner.
Yeah, neither have I. All right, see you later, Narry.
Bye.
Peace. All right, have a good night, you guys. Thanks for sticking around and watching this. This will be up on YouTube too, but long stream. I have a sore throat and a headache now, and I need to eat something. So thanks again for watching, and I'll catch you guys later. Peace.